Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 5th Annual Latin America Energy Conference. I'm Lisa Vicidi, Director of the Energy, Climate Change, and Extractive Industries Program at the Inter-American Dialogue. I want to thank our sponsor, Chevron, as well as the program's Energy and Resources Committee members for making this event possible. The theme of this year's conference is transition and recovery. Many changes are afoot in the region. Advances in the energy transition bring new opportunities for Latin America. Companies are developing low carbon technologies like carbon capture and storage, while low carbon fuels like biofuels continue to play an important role as alternative transportation fuels, particularly in Brazil, as our first panel on low carbon technology for the oil and transport sector will address. Political changes are also likely to bring investment risks, especially to the oil sector. Our second panel on political risk in Latin America's oil sector will outline how elections and other political developments in Mexico, Colombia, Brazil, and Argentina are impacting conditions for oil and gas exploration, as well as downstream investments. Rising social unrest, local opposition to energy projects, and public pressure to address climate change have also impacted investments. And our third panel will look at the cases of Chile, Colombia, and Guyana. In the last segment, our fireside chat with senior climate policymakers from Argentina and Chile will look at progress in the energy transition in Latin America, climate finance, the transition to renewables and electric mobility, and prospects for green hydrogen. But to start off, we're very excited to have our keynote speaker, Jake Levine, Chief Climate Officer at the U.S. International Development Finance Corporation. The start of the Biden administration this year has led to increased cooperation on areas such as clean energy technology and climate finance. Under Jake's leadership in this position, the DFC plans to reach net zero emissions by 2040 and increase new climate-focused investments by 33% beginning in fiscal year 2023. Jake is the first Chief Climate Officer for the DFC, which was a new position created under the Biden administration. Prior to this position, Jake has worked as an attorney and policy advisor on clean energy regulation and climate litigation, as well as at Opower, now Oracle, an energy software firm. He also served in the White House Office of Energy and Climate Change, where he developed fuel economy standards and greenhouse gas emission standards for vehicles, among other policies. And he served as a member of President Obama's delegation to the UN Conference of Parties in Copenhagen, and he was a member of the California delegations to COP21 and COP22. Jake will discuss the DFC's climate target and what it means for its strategy for Latin America, priority regions for the DFC within Latin America and the Caribbean, how they are increasing support for adaptation, and some emerging areas of climate finance that are new for the agency, among many other topics. So with that, I'm very excited to turn it over to Jake for his keynote remarks. Thank you for being here with us.
Thank you, Lisa. And good morning, distinguished guests, virtual guests, and in-person guests, and to our intrepid hosts here at the Dialogue. It's an honor to join you. And let me just say thank you again, Lisa and the Dialogue. This has been a wonderful discussion already. And I appreciate the chance to gather in this hybrid setting and for the Dialogue, including me and the DFC in this event. As I'd shared with some of our colleagues earlier this morning, the Latin American energy sector has a special place in my heart. Fresh out of law school, I had the opportunity to spend a considerable amount of time working across the region as a regulatory attorney. I traveled throughout Mexico, Brazil, to Colombia, Argentina, and Chile, working with a tech startup called Opower to use big data analytics and software to scale the impact of energy efficiency and demand-side management. So in other words, I met a good portion of Latin America's biggest energy nerds. I'm going to assume that everybody laughed out in the virtual audience. That experience instilled in me a great appreciation for the diversity of the region, for its unique energy and environmental challenges, and for the power and ingenuity of the private sector and its businesses to lead the way in solving some of our hardest problems. I've been with DFC for just about 5 months, but it's clear just how central Latin America and the Caribbean are to the work that we do in development. As of this moment, we have roughly $33 billion deployed across a global portfolio. More than 10 billion of that is committed in Latin America and the Caribbean. And we have much more to do. DFC is America's development bank, working to mobilize private investment in emerging economies. The BUILD Act authorized DFC to invest up to $60 billion of capital across a variety of financial tools: debt financing and political risk insurance, equity investments in companies and projects, and through catalytic capital invested in funds. We also now have the authority to issue technical assistance grants where pre-financing support is critical to our ability to later make debt or equity investments. We will be utilizing each of these financial products to realize a new vision for climate finance, which will require substantial and sustained investment. According to the IFC, the climate finance gap in all emerging markets stands at around $1.5 to $2 trillion annually. One World Bank estimate puts the price of adaptation alone in Latin America at $500 billion a year. And yet, according to an in-depth study by the Overseas Development Institute, Latin America saw an order of magnitude less investment for climate in 2020, $556 million, with 84% of that funded by the Green Climate Fund. And remember that the overwhelming majority of that goes to mitigation and not to adaptation. And about 50% of overall climate investment in Latin America is concentrated in a handful of relatively upper income countries: Brazil, Mexico, Colombia, and Chile. This financing gap grows wider when you consider the costs of inaction. Climate change is projected to cost Latin America anywhere between 1.5% and 5% of GDP per year. That measure is inherently flawed when one considers the incalculable natural wealth and ecosystem services Latin America provides to billions of people around the globe. The hurricanes that hit Central America just last year, to provide one example, which disrupted industry and food production for weeks, cut GDP growth by as much as 1 point. The United States is working hard to mobilize more public financing. And as we now approach COP26, the US has finally been able to deliver on our share of the $100 billion promise made in Copenhagen in 2009. As President Biden announced a couple weeks ago at the UN General Assembly, we are going to be investing $11.4 billion for public financing for climate in developing economies. But again, we remain an order of magnitude off the mark. So how can we get to the trillions needed in total financing? The answer is in the private sector and in the capital markets, and that's where DFC has a critical role to play. Because although climate change is perhaps the crisis of this generation, it also represents a rare opportunity to create economic growth, raise standards of living, and create healthier communities. And DFC is working off of a strong foundation with more than $5 billion of investments already deployed in renewable energy and a growing portfolio of food security and climate smart agriculture projects. We've made several new commitments. First, DFC will expand its support for climate-linked projects so they account for at least 1/3 of new investments beginning in FY23. Second, our portfolio will be net zero for climate emissions by 2040. Third, we announced a first-of-its-kind climate action facility, which will allocate at least $50 million in technical assistance grants for climate projects. And we're working on a risk-sharing platform with private sector insurance partners to reduce barriers to financing climate projects. And finally, we've initiated calls to the private sector for projects in distributed renewable energy and in climate funds. Inside the agency, we're taking a holistic approach to climate so that we can build a diversified climate portfolio with projects in the power sector, e-mobility and mass transit, green industrial processes, supply chain diversification for clean energy, buildings decarbonization, agriculture and nature-based solutions for carbon removal. And we are evaluating all projects with a new lens toward climate to ensure that our infrastructure and development projects are financed to be resilient for the future. That leads me to 3 things I hope you'll remember from our conversation today. First, that DFC can be a partner for financial innovation in climate. For example, in St. Lucia, we provided political risk insurance to support a first of its kind project by the Nature Conservancy to create a trust for long-term investment in coastal conservation. This innovative project will allow TNC to restructure debt and provide conservation grants to NGOs, public sector agencies, national universities, small businesses, and community-based organizations. It's why we are examining new tools like parametric insurance, which can help communities and countries in Latin America and elsewhere to better cope with climate change by paying out premiums based on impacts rather than on claims. Second, that DFC can be a major partner in adaptation and resilience. We are doing this in a variety of ways, ranging from support for more storm resilient infrastructure to helping small farmers access insurance to protect them from drought or from flood. This is critical for Latin America. Just think about the impacts that countries from Mexico all the way to Paraguay experienced last year. Latin America saw its second warmest year ever in 2020, and that contributed to severe drought and the worst fire year the Southern Amazon has ever seen. And it contributed to increased and more severe storms. When you couple the impacts of storms with the pandemic, millions of people were affected. Hundreds of thousands lost their homes or their access to basic needs like food and clean water, and hundreds of thousands more experienced severe disruptions to their livelihoods and their ability to work. And climate change is also fueling more systemic instability. It's one of the reasons we've seen heightened migration from Guatemala, Honduras, and El Salvador north into Mexico and into the United States. So this is why DFC is investing in resilience. DFC provided financing to the Inshu Resilience Investment Fund, which is developing insurance products to protect smallholder farmers and other low-income populations against the economic losses resulting from natural disasters. While this sort of insurance is common in developed economies, it is not in emerging markets. Third, and finally, we're going to be focused on reducing the carbon intensity of all economies in which we work, whether that is through core mitigation projects like the geothermal power plant we financed in Honduras, which will provide much needed generating capacity to the western part of the country where electricity resources are limited, or to your standard infrastructure projects, we will apply a carbon lens across the board. That's why we were so excited about a recent financing we did in Brazil, which tied together energy efficiency, infrastructure, sanitation, and digital technology. The Smart Rio project will modernize public lighting with LED technology, reducing electricity usage in street lighting by up to 60%. It will enhance wastewater infrastructure to make public sanitation more resilient, and it will provide Wi-Fi infrastructure throughout much of the city. Ultimately, we believe that investments like these can form the backbone of a new development finance, one that recognizes that economic mobility, opportunities for good work, and better outcomes in public health, the hallmarks of a durable economic growth, require consideration of resilience for the future. And that requires investments designed to slow down and lessen the impacts of climate change. We recognize that as the private sector and private markets gain experience in this field, there's a critical role for public financing to play. We are looking forward to working together to mobilize more resources from the public and private sectors together to accelerate your work on this challenge in Latin America. And I'm looking forward to answering some questions.
Great, thank you. Very interesting to hear about all of the changes that are happening at the DFC in the climate space. So I do have a few follow-up questions. The first question I want to ask that I think there's been a lot of interest in is around your policy for fossil fuel lending or investments, the different tools that you have in your toolkit. Soon after taking office, Biden put out an executive order that directed the DFC and other agencies to identify steps to promote ending international financing in carbon intensive fossil fuels. So what exactly does that mean? What does that mean for the strategy of the DFC for fossil fuel investments? And what does it mean for lower emissions fossil fuel technologies like natural gas?
It's a very good question. It's a question that we are spending a lot of time sort of debating and grappling with because we're in the midst of this energy transition where the markets are grappling with this question as well. You may have seen that as part of a response to this executive order, the US Treasury released guidance for, I'm making sure to keep this close to my mouth as I've been instructed, released guidance for how it would proceed with carbon intensive projects at MDBs. And essentially, there are, first of all, the US is not going to support coal projects. But I think that what we are really talking about here is the role of gas in this energy transition. And as a general matter, where it is possible to invest in clean energy projects and in non-abating projects, that will be our preference. I noted that we have made a commitment to be net zero by the year 2040. And this net zero commitment does not require that we cease all carbon intensive investment, but it does require that we begin transitioning down a carbon intensity trajectory that will allow us to essentially proceed in a net zero manner by the year 2040. As a practical matter, what that means is between now and 2030, we have the ability to continue investing in some unabated carbon emitting projects. And that starting in the year 2030, we will, for the most part, be out of those projects entirely. Because when you look at the average tenor of a DFC investment, a 2030 investment will have you going beyond the year 2040. And although there are tools for removing carbon from the atmosphere, our assumptions on our net zero commitment are based on technologies available today for removing carbon from the atmosphere. And right now, what that means is essentially forestry projects. So while between now and 2030, where there are very developmentally focused or otherwise strategic projects that are also carbon intensive, we have preserved and maintained the ability to invest in those projects. I could share a couple of those with you today that we've recently invested in. One is a combined cycle natural gas power plant in Sierra Leone. And remember, this is a country where only about 15% of the population has access to electricity. The power plant that we invested in, which is an 87 megawatt natural gas fired power plant, will provide enough electricity to power roughly 25% of the country. So that is a hugely developmental project, which will move the needle in a very meaningful way around access to energy and electricity. And so we felt that, notwithstanding the fact that that project has major carbon emissions associated with it, the developmental mandate and impact was just too compelling to not proceed. Similarly, we invested in a natural gas project in the Kurdistan region of Iraq. We felt that this project provided key strategic benefits in the region around US and allied national security. And so we were able to continue investing in those two projects because they provided clear developmental and geostrategic priorities for us. But as a general matter, we are very much pivoting the agency, and we would like to identify opportunities in the clean energy sector to power electricity grids and industry using zero emission technology, low emission technology. And I will, just to answer your specific question around what does that mean for CCS or for other carbon abatement technologies in the fossil fuel space, it means that we're open for business in those areas. Our goal is not to pick and choose technologies. Our goal is to reduce emissions. And so if there are natural gas projects where there's a carbon capture component, or if there are projects that are otherwise emitting GHGs and we're able to abate those emissions, then we want to be supportive of those abatement strategies and of the projects that can achieve power generation for low carbon emissions.
Okay, that's very clear. Thank you. I also want to ask you about solar panels from China. China's the largest producer of solar panels in the world. But recent reports have identified that forced labor is being used in Xinjiang to produce some of the key components for solar panels. And this is one of the biggest regions in China for the production of those components. So it's a significant share of global solar panel production. So what is the DFC's response to these reports and this situation? Given how important solar technology is for the global energy transition?
Well, it's hugely troubling and disturbing. We are, as a preliminary matter, like, we do not support any projects where there's slave labor, forced labor. The allegations of what state-owned enterprises and other industries are doing in the Xinjiang region of China. And also, there's some allegations that this is not limited just to Xinjiang, but that there are, there are credible allegations of forced labor outside of that province. But as you know, in Xinjiang, we see persecution and genocide and detention of Uyghurs, and the United States unequivocally condemns that activity, and DFC will not support, will not provide direct financing for any projects that are using forced labor. This is a matter of our statutory requirements under the Build Act. We have also decided that we will go above and beyond the requirements listed by statute under the Build Act. And you may have seen that the administration has taken some sort of broader responses outside of what DFC is doing. The Commerce Department listed those four of the sort of major polysilicon manufacturers in the Xinjiang region that have been shown to be potentially engaged in this type of forced labor. They sanctioned those companies and listed them on the entities list. And the Customs and Border Protection Agency has listed the metallurgical silicon supplier Hoshine on its withhold release order. And DFC has essentially sought to internationalize those importation prohibitions, and we will not be providing financing for companies that are the subject of sanctions for their engagement in forced labor.
Is that a major kind of obstacle or challenge, considering the size of the solar industry in China?
It could be. I think it remains to be seen what the universe of companies is that become sanctioned for these activities. And as you indicated, Chinese companies that are PRC companies, in many cases vertically integrated with operations in the Xinjiang region, are likely to be using supplies from these areas. And so if those companies become sanctioned, the DFC is no longer able to invest in projects where we would be supporting sanctioned companies, then that could have a major impact on our solar projects. And I will tell you that it's to the extent that solar is going to be a major part of what DFC and other DFIs are doing to decarbonize the power sector, this could have a major impact in our ability to finance these projects.
Right, right. Well, I have one other question related to challenges. I just wanted to ask you more broadly. I think there are a lot of challenges to private sector investment in Latin America in the energy sector. What do you see, when you're looking at opportunities, expanding the pipeline, or, where the DFC can get involved? What do you think is the main challenge to bringing, how your role in trying to catalyze private sector investment in energy in Latin America?
There are a few challenges. First of all, I would say that the private sector, we haven't had enough muscle memory in clean energy and climate transactions. DFC is great at project finance, but a lot of the projects that we work on, for example, if you take a look at resilience and adaptation projects, it's very different from a solar project where you have a PPA and a clear stream of revenue. And so we have to innovate to provide actual models for financing of projects where there may not necessarily be a clear revenue stream. I think that there are other sort of policy and regulatory challenges that you see in the region. I was recently on a call with a number of leaders in the energy efficiency and renewable energy space in Ecuador. And my background, and I'm actually from Los Angeles. I grew up in California, and I've spent a lot of time working in the California energy industry. And one of the sort of innovations that California made in the 1970s around the energy crisis was in decoupling its energy consumption from its revenue models for utility companies, so that we could sort of begin to remove some disincentives to save energy. And I asked this group of entrepreneurs and business leaders and sort of regulators in the energy efficiency and regulatory space, how were the policies aligned with goals around energy efficiency? And the response was essentially that there were no such regulations, and there were no incentives to be saving energy, and there were no efforts to remove some of the structural disincentives. And so I think that, a big part of what we're working on is our ability to collaborate with sister agencies like the State Department and USAID and the Department of Energy, where we can provide technical support, not just in a feasibility study for a renewable energy project, but actually in a policy analysis or a regulatory analysis that can sort of provide resources to help unlock some of the markets and incentives that you need to be working on climate projects in the region. And finally, I guess I would just add that, and this is why I'm so grateful for the chance to come and talk here today, I'm not sure that there's enough awareness about all of the resources and the tools that somebody like DFC can bring to bear in these markets. And so we really want to try to get our name out there and get our products out there and sort of build some models and repetition, so that when the private sector has a project, they can say, hey, we know DFC can be a partner in this project, and we've seen it done before in all of these markets, and now we're going to do that in the place that we're focused.
Yeah, that's a great point. And I agree with your assessment of the challenges and how various US government agencies can help come together. And we do have a lot of people listening from throughout the region as well as US. So I hope this event will help advertise what you're doing at the DFC. So that we're out of time for this session, but it was wonderful speaking with you, hearing about the changes that are underway and what you're doing on climate change. So thank you again for joining us. It was a great conversation.
Thank you, Lisa. And thank you, everybody.
We're now going to turn to the first online panel, the low carbon technology for the oil and transport sectors, as I mentioned in my opening remarks. I want to introduce our moderator, Danka Myslikova. She's a postdoctoral fellow at the Climate Policy Lab at the Fletcher School of Law and Diplomacy at Tufts University. Danka, I'll hand it over to you. Thank you for joining us today.
Hi, Lisa. Thank you. Hello, everyone, and good morning, everyone, or good day, depending on from where you are joining us. And welcome on our panel on low carbon technology for the oil and transport sectors. So we are very fortunate to have three experts and panelists here with us. We have Beatrice Pupo, who is a senior biofuel analyst from the S&P Global Platts. We have Rosen Franco, who is a partner at the Environmental Resource Management. And we have Marco Margheri, who is the head of the US relations at ENI. And we also now have approximately 45 minutes to hear from them. So we will first have each of our panelists to take approximately 5 minutes with notes about the topic and hear about the global issue debates. And then we will have space for a conversation. So please feel free to use the chat, and we will turn to the questions right after the introductions from our panelists. So first we will have Marco, then we will have Rosen, and then Beatrice. Marco, please, welcome.
Good morning, Danka and Lisa, and good morning, everyone. Let me just say that it was a very important conversation what I heard with Jake, and I will start off in my 5 minutes from 5 comments that build on that. The first is really about the perspective that we believe we have to use when globally addressing the issue of energy transition, in particular in regions where, like Latin America, where development issues have to go hand in hand with sustainability issues. And I would frame this, I hope I'm not misinterpreting what Jake has just told. Similar comments were made recently in a panel by Andrew Light and the DOE. So I sense a position here that we would subscribe to, that is demand has to be front and center when we think about policies. We have to accompany demand into decarbonization as much as we boost the offer in decarbonized supply. And so in this respect, including in the region, let me just give one example for the sake of time, that of power generation. The region is still heavily reliant on oil for power generation, whereas other regions of the world, and I'm speaking of my home region, Europe, have progressively abandoned that. This brings about a fundamental question of pragmatism, that is, not all fossil fuels are equal and not all decades between here and net zero are equal. So there is a role of gas to play in the region. There is a role for increasing interconnections. There is a role, as governments in the region are recognizing, for addressing the role of gas in the broader perspective of delivering new decarbonized solutions such as hydrogen. So the first comment is really, let's not forget the issues linked to bridging demand into the energy transition. If we would be speaking about sub-Saharan Africa, as Jake has very eloquently done, we would be speaking a tremendous challenge of energy access. But here in Latin America, we have to speak energy poverty, we have to speak energy for development. So the energy transition has to be from energy to energy, from no energy to energy, but it cannot be from energy to non-energy. Second comment on how private players have to contribute. And this clearly applies to ENI, which I have the honor to represent. The first contribution that energy companies can give is making their own productions net zero. We have committed to net zero scope 1 in 2030. We are already vastly advanced on zero routine flaring. This is also matched by similar pledges, and there is a growing momentum in companies and players in the region that needs to become a movement that is also encouraged by policies, and clearly this is an essential play where cooperation amongst companies, amongst NOCs and IOCs. I'll quote the example of OGCI, where there are many companies, but there's definitely ENI and companies from the region. So the first block of interest in addressing private sector contributions should be in decarbonize their productions. Second focus, and I come to my third comment here, has to be on decarbonizing products and solutions. This is, of course, it goes with demand, of course, and this is, of course, a longer challenge. We have to bring about renewables, we have to bring about more electrons, and this clearly also brings about the majestic question of investing in better interconnections and heightened grid capacities, which are essential to the region. Take, for example, again, in power generation, the important role that hydropower has in the region, that is an incredibly important source for decarbonized energy, but it's clearly subject to the vagaries of not only the long-term vagaries, the midterm vagaries of climate change, but also the actual vagaries of weather. So we really need, again, to design a model for allowing new decarbonized electrons to flow into the grid. And then the region is clearly, you will, following speakers will more eloquently than me address this issue. The region is key to address the need of decarbonized molecules, both in the biofuels dimensions and with a solid set of strategies that is building up in many countries. I will only evoke, for example, the great work that Chile is doing on this, on building up, let's say, on preparing the start of the hydrogen economy. Again, a majestic challenge of building supply and building demand at the same time. So let me come to the last two questions that I want to address, that are basically, now the private sector can do a lot and needs to do a lot. Again, we're committing to net zero by 2030 on scope 1, net zero by 2050, and -15 already in 2030 on scope 3. But there needs to be policy decisions. So policy comment number 1, there needs to be an increased focus on regional policies in Latin America, increasing regional cooperation. There are good signals. I have to say, in Washington, the Inter-American Dialogue is playing a very important role. But here, clearly, the United States and international partners of Latin American countries have to play a role. There are situations, let me not go into the details, but there are situations, for example, in Latin America and in oil-producing countries where the present policy situation is not coherent with achieving good investments on making those productions better and in achieving significant results that could be achieved if policies would evolve. A very last comment, now that we approach COP26 in Glasgow, the pre-COP26 has seen a major participation of youth in my home country, in Italy. Italy is co-chairing COP26 with the UK, and the UK will take the lead, of course, in Glasgow. It is essential that COP26 delivers momentum and delivers results. We are hearing less and less emphasis on what Glasgow can bring about. Now, I think maybe we will come back to that in a second, but on issues such as carbon pricing, such as market instruments, such as regional cooperation, Latin America needs a good result of COP26 as all other regions do. A very, very last comment, which is, let's say, a bit off the logic, the set of what I've been saying. But one particular emphasis I would like to put is on what Jake Levin has said on energy efficiency. I think this is an essential component of building a good pattern to decarbonizing demand. And let me say that this is a major untapped potential, probably across the Americas. So not only in Latin America, but also where we're based now. So I think that is a major topic to further discuss. And let me stop here again, thanking the Inter-American Dialogue for all the opportunities to share, discuss, and the big studies and reports that have come out that are essential to our understanding of the region. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marco. Great, let's turn it to Rosen, please.
Well, good morning, everyone, and a special thank you to the Inter-American Dialogue for the invitation. It's always wonderful to be with you all, albeit virtually this time around, and also to have the opportunity to exchange views on what's going on in the region. So I wanted to start my comments this morning just kind of setting the stage and what we're seeing on the macro side when it comes to oil and gas corporates, and then go a little bit deeper into Latin America, and in particular in Brazil and Petrobras, and then a few comments on energy reliability. So if we start on the macro side, what we're seeing with corporates is that companies are they're facing two paths, if you will. So one is towards better carbon management, and then the other is towards energy diversification. And to be sure, there can be a combination of those two undertaken by companies. So let's go a little bit further into carbon management and what we mean. So it is about improving efficiencies, improving methane and carbon intensities, ideally reducing greenhouse gas emissions, eliminating flaring, bringing renewable energy into field operations, potentially carbon capture storage. And so a great example of that is what we're seeing with Occidental Petroleum, where they have made a commitment to be carbon neutral by mid-century. And so in many ways, they are evolving from being just an oil and gas company to being a carbon company. And they are also looking at new R&D technology, considering direct air capture of CO2, for example. And then if we think of companies that are thinking along the lines of energy diversification, it's kind of your usual suspects, your European integrateds, your Shell, your Total, Repsol. And so, of course, looking at lower carbon options, your renewables, your solar and wind. And again, you can have companies doing a little bit of both. Now, let's turn our attention to Latin America, in particular Brazil and Petrobras. And I wanted to highlight that in the case of Petrobras, they are a member of OGCI, which Marco had mentioned, the Oil and Gas Climate Initiative, which is a coalition of some 12 oil and gas companies. They account for about 30% of global production. And they have committed $1 billion over 10 years towards lower carbon solutions, towards R&D. And in particular, in the case of Petrobras, they have set aside $100 million over the same period of time. And so I think the thing to note here, particularly with regard to Petrobras in Brazil, is that there's a very strong tradition when it comes to research and development. And they have a research center named SEMPIS, which has been around for a number of decades, since 1973, committed to energy innovation. One of the largest in Latin America, one of the most important globally. And they are one of the reasons why Brazil and Petrobras have been at the front, if you will, tip of the spear when it comes to moving from deep water to ultra deep water and what we're seeing in the pre-salt space. So again, a lot of very strong tradition there, but also it's not by accident. It's very much by design. And the fact that when Brazil liberalized the sector, its oil and gas sector about 2 decades ago, they introduced an R&D investment contribution for projects. So in other words, once projects reached a certain threshold, companies were committed to, were mandated to contribute what was equivalent to 1% of gross production income into this R&D fund. And so they've got very strong, if you will, strong pillars that support this commitment to R&D. And so what are we seeing in recent years and related to the lower carbon transition And the fact is that the mandate for SEMPAs has widened to also include work towards a lower carbon transition. And so evidence of that is that just a few years ago in 2019, they launched a competition for funding targeting startups. And so in their first round, they awarded funding to 7 startups. These awards ranged from $150,000 to $300,000. They had another cycle of funding, which was last year, that kicked off in July. So again, you're seeing a very strong commitment to R&D. I wanted to end my comments touching on energy reliability. The fact is that with Brazil, again, Brazil is very well positioned when you think about the lower carbon transition. If you look at their energy matrix and their power generation, over 2/3 stems from hydroelectricity already. The fact that if you look at their transport sector, I know Beatrice will go more in depth into this, but ethanol and biofuels, they're a biofuels hub globally. So their transport sector already is in a good space. Now, the kind of fly in the ointment, if you will, is their dependence on water. And so with regard to hydro, and also with their, on the ethanol side, the fact that they're undergoing a pretty severe drought. They had one of the driest rainy seasons this year, the driest in 91 years. So that's one of the vulnerabilities to their lower carbon transition. And so again, a lot of commitment we see to R&D and innovation, but definitely some special considerations when we think about this path to a lower carbon world. And I will end my comments there. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Roseanne. And let's turn it to Beatrice.
Thank you, Denka. Thank you, everyone, for joining us today. And then thank you to the Inter-American Dialogue for inviting me. It's an honor to be here. So I am Beatrice Popo, and I'm based here in Brazil. And I am a senior biofuels analyst for Platts Analytics, and my focus is Latin America. And what I wanted to bring here in this opening speech is just a little bit of what is happening with biofuels right now, because it's going through its own transition, really. So I'll start by saying that biofuels is undoubtedly the most relevant transition fuels, having an impact in the road transportation sector. The ready available technology, the logistics, and the commercial viability had made its use grow very popular over the past decade. And as you know, one of the key aspects of this market is that it's a mandate-driven industry. So according to our last estimates here at Platts Analytics, about 87% of total biofuels demand comes from obligatory blending laws at this point. And this share is expected to remain very high for the years to come, as the government should continue to support addressing concerns with air pollution, greenhouse gas emissions, decrease the dependency on fossil fuels, and stimulate rural economies, and ultimately achieve a net zero economy. Additionally, biofuels blending is a relevant component in about 40 countries' nationally determined contributions, or the NDCs, under the Paris Agreement. So I have been covering this market for over a decade now. And during this period, the industry has continuously progressed, evolved according to market needs, of course. But as I mentioned, as is with the case with the whole world of energy, the industry is going through its own transition. And I wanted to name these key elements that are happening right now with biofuels and that will transform this industry going forward. So the first is relevant to its core aspect, which is the mandates. We are seeing a growing trend of lower carbon mandates and incentives being implemented globally, rather than the simply volumetric blending mandates that we are used to in the past. As for example, the most recent clean fuel mandate being implemented in Canada. Of course, we have Brazil's Renova Bio, not to mention in California and Oregon, their low carbon mandates, and the Renewable Energy Directive in Europe, of course. And as you know, the low score or the low carbon intensity value that these biofuels produce, they are being rewarded with strong incentives in these low carbon fuels markets, which is what is enticing investments and boosting demand. And this really leads to the second major shift that is taking place here in biofuels world, which is the feedstocks that are generating these biofuels. Because of this need for lower carbon intensity, feedstocks that are associated with high indirect land use change, such as palm oil and other food crop-based feedstocks for first-generation biofuels, as soybean oil, for example, as well, they are either being banned or phased out by governments, particularly in Europe, for example. The race for these advanced biofuel feedstocks is just beginning, in our opinion, here at Platts Analytics, and particularly so for renewable diesel and sustainable aviation fuel. We do believe that the relevance and importance of these lower carbon score feedstocks will only continue to grow. And of course, as these markets consolidate, this can create temporary balances between supply and demand and impact the prices as the market evolves, such as we have seen this year with record vegetable oil prices. And this also brings back the well-known food versus fuel debate that does haunt the biofuels industry. In our opinion, there should be continuous effort to make crop-based feedstocks more sustainable, and this can be achieved by the improvement of agricultural practices and establishment of low-carbon programs to promote accountability. And the last point of transformation that is also quite exciting is that before, when we thought about biofuels, we thought about it as an alternative to decarbonize the road transportation industry only, displacing diesel and gasoline, really. But now the industry role is expanding as it becomes an important alternative for the aviation sector and the shipping industry as well. As more and more refineries will transition to being biorefineries to focus on producing renewable fuels, rather than focusing on producing renewable diesel for commercial transport, Platts does believe that the focus will turn to producing slightly more expensive sustainable aviation fuel, as it is the only direct option for decarbonizing air travel, other than efficiency improvements. And to finalize this introduction speech, I just wanted to quickly address two other things, which is the biofuels role amid electrification and the challenges spurring from climate change. A question that my team gets a lot here is regarding to the future of biofuels amid the electrification of the fleets globally. And while, yes, electric vehicle sales is accelerating rapidly, but still it only represents about 10% of new car sales globally. Here at Platts Analytics, we forecast that by 2040, electric vehicles should account for about 40% of new car sales. But because we have a very large existing fleet of internal combustion engines, the EV share in the actual fleet is still going to lag significantly behind. As a result, over the long term, here at Platts Analytics, we still see biofuels as a very important low carbon solution to net zero. We do believe that in the energy transition approach, this should come from a mosaic of solutions really, and no one solution can be a size that fits all. And the last point I wanted to mention is the weather, which is, like Roseanne said, is putting a spotlight, right, on the risk to supply of agricultural based commodities, and therefore the risk of alternative fuels to replace fossil fuels. As the world scrambles to adopt these alternatives, this call for agricultural based products has gained steam. We have seen many once in a 100-year events over the past year, as the drought and hydro crisis in Brazil itself that Roseanne already mentioned. And the ongoing expectation really is for the climate adversity to become the new norm. So this should continue to challenge feedstock availability. Platts Analytics forecasts that demand for ethanol, biodiesel, and renewable diesel used as alternative blends or drop into fossil fuels is set to increase by 1 million barrels per day to reach 3.9 million barrels per day by 2040, notwithstanding growing demand for sustainable aviation fuel that I mentioned, marine biofuels, and even bioplastics. And this demand for agriculture to replace, as a replacement for oil, coincides with a time where the global economy is set to double by 2050 and the population with 2 billion more people. The silver lining to address this quest, we believe, lies in the potential for increased investment in technologies to use food waste and agricultural residues for biofuels production, and the improvement of seed varieties over the next few years that can lead to better yields, weather, and plague resistance. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Beatrice, and again, thank you all panelists. I also want to invite still all the attendees to share questions with us. If you feel like we will answer them as we go. I will start with my first question on the panelists, and it's related to the oil and gas companies. And I started to hear about new concepts, like instead of dealing with stranded assets, now the conversation turns more into like future-proofing the assets when I hear from oil and gas companies. And I was wondering if you could comment or have thoughts about some innovative strategies that the oil and gas companies have taken so far to decarbonize. Not that much thinking to the future, but what have you seen maybe globally and locally in Latin America could be right now? Anyone wants to take this question on?
So, Denka, a few comments. I mean, one of the things is just, I think, this growing awareness by companies just to get a handle of what their greenhouse gas inventory, what is their carbon footprint. And I think, you know, if we were to look at 3 or 5 years ago, that would be something done by the integrateds, by the largest companies. But what we're seeing anecdotally is that this is cascading down to your smaller private companies, that there is increasing pressure, not just from not just publicly traded, but also from private equity, from lenders as well. And so they need to have a good grasp of what does their carbon footprint look like. And then once they have a good sense of what that greenhouse gas, their scope 1 and 2, potentially 3 is, then they can begin to think about targets and ambition setting. How do they reduce carbon and methane intensity? How do they eliminate flaring? That's kind of the low-hanging fruit for a lot of companies, almost regardless of size and region.
Yes, thank you, Rosen. Exactly, you spoke about the flaring, and I just recently heard about like the strategy of, you know, doing, for example, carbon offsets to methane emissions. And I thought, are there some of these kind of innovative strategies that we are starting to hear about in the sector? Mm-hmm.
Denka, if I can rapidly build upon what Rosanne has put on the table, which I think is the framework we live in. Well, first, I can only, of course, bring the perspective of one company that has truly adapted since 6 and 7 years a strong decarbonization pattern. First on scope 1, so it is a given fact that we can identify good ways of steering oil and gas production short terms in the direction of decarbonization and giving a contribution with the existing productions. Again, second, putting more weight on gas over oil in terms of what will come at a later stage is a second important question. I would say not all productions are alike. This is the fundamental message, and I think this is coming across very clear as we understand that oil demand will continue, especially in developing economies, for a long time. But let me flag one specific point, which I think is essential to the debate, that is underlined in what Rosanne has just said. The first thing that companies can do and have done is that of monitoring, knowing, and disclosing. This is an essential set of policies in Europe and practices at the company level that need to become the standard practice in the region. And this is clearly not only global, it is also affecting all companies across different regions. We are seeing in the United States a very important move by the SEC on climate disclosures. We believe clearly that the blueprint that has been set in Europe on that in the past is a very important one. E&I, as all companies, is compiling a non-financial declaration. We've been working with TCFD for a number of years. So that is already, I think, the first building block of target setting and of good policy setting. So I wanted to emphasize this aspect, which I think is often overlooked.
Yeah, thank you, Marco. And I'm starting to see questions from the audience. So let's turn to three questions that we have here. We have one for Beatriz from Miguel Muñoz Cabre. And the question is, are there any commercial examples beyond pilots of use of biofuels in maritime and aviation transport?
Sure. So that's a very interesting question, but it comes to the point as well that Mark mentioned in the beginning about creating demand. So the demand for this type of fuels, the marine biofuels and the sustainable aviation fuels, it's a nascent industry. So we do have some successful commercial plants that are producing, and we have a few pilot plants, as he's mentioning himself, that are testing these models. But like I said, the demand has to come. For these plants are being built for the demand that's coming. So it is a two-way street. We won't have the production if the demand is not there, really. So this is why in this space, the public policy becomes so important. And we are seeing, for example, the role of the Scandinavian countries and European countries in being the pioneers in saying they're going to have sustainable aviation fuel mandates, for example, because it's only after we see these that we are going to see more and more plants popping out worldwide, really.
Mm-hmm. Perfect. Thank you, Beatrice. We have one more that might go your way, Beatrice, which is from Yoshiki Yamamoto, asking question on biofuel in Brazil. Knowing that California provides carbon credit for biogas production, do you think similar practice will be adopted in Brazil, or for any panelists? Mm-hmm.
Okay, I mean, I can take this just to quickly address RenovaBio, because I'm a fan of RenovaBio. I think it's a program that was well conceived. Sure, it has room for improvement as any public policy, but in the program itself, RenovaBio wants to foster renewables fuel used in the country by addressing carbon intensity. So they are scoring ethanol from sugarcane has a different carbon intensity than corn ethanol, for example, and the same applies to the different types of biodiesel. And the program already sees the role of biogas. So the biogas is already in there. So we do believe, this is the tendency for the future. I don't know, at this point, it is, again, a nascent industry. We have about 4 plants here in Brazil. ANP just authorized the first plant in the state of São Paulo recently, which is going to produce biogas from municipal landfills. But definitely, I think that as soon as this becomes, greater in terms of production, the carbon credits from this program will increase. We already have the program exceeding the carbon targets for this year, but as we go forward with RenovaBio in 2025 or 2026, for example, we see a need for investments to grow, and we believe this will come from biogas plants and, of course, corn ethanol plants.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thank you, Beatrice. We have one more question, but before we go to that, I know you have all been following the upcoming COP26 to Glasgow, and I wanted to ask here about what does it mean for the oil and gas governments of the carbon markets? What do you see is can be coming out from the COP for the region?
Just, I guess, one thought on my end, I was going to wanted to mention is that for COP26 is that it's very much, they've got a full plate, if you will, on multiple areas. So not only do you have at the government level, companies are expected to ratchet up their original commitments made during the Paris, made in Paris 5 years ago, or a little bit over 5 years ago. But also expectations with regard to climate finance, a commitment that the emerging economies are expecting the developed economies to have more clarity on the $100 billion, the commitment made back in 2009. And so there's a lot of expectation there. And if that weren't enough, you also have the dimension with regard to governance over carbon markets. Or Article 6, which is kind of a can that was kicked down the road again back during in 2015. So they have very much a full plate. I think the thing to watch there is you have what's going on at the governmental level, but what will be perhaps more fascinating for us to monitor is what happens outside of COP26. In other words, how do corporates respond with their own commitments? Do we see new commitments, deeper commitments towards decarbonization by corporates? And I think that will be fascinating to watch in the lead up and following the COP.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Rosen. Anyone wants to comment further? or we can go to other.
If I can say a couple of things here, because I really think that this is a fundamental spot. Clearly, around COP26, expectations are progressively being lowered down. And I think this is a bit frustrating because vis-a-vis, let's say, in between Paris and today, we had ups and downs. But ultimately, during COVID and after the pandemic, there has been two major differences in the context of surrounding the COP. Number one, there is now a widespread acceptance of climate change as an existential policy priority, including, of course, with the new US administration. So the talk has been way more stringent, way more explicit, and the expectations of the public opinion, especially in developed countries, but not only, there was a very important participation in the Youth COP last week by all regions of the world. The expectations are very high for the institutional framework now to walk the talk that politics has been triggering. So COP26 comes at a friction point that is more intense than it was in the past. The second aspect is relative to private sector. A number of actors. E&I is definitely, and is definitely one of those, have been starting to, let's say, add new gear, add new speed, new momentum into their own commitments and into repivoting their own investment strategies. ESG and sustainable finance has put a lot of pressure and is scaling up their pressure. Now, policy has to walk the talk the same way. And we've quoted three essential dimensions here. And again, I stress the point that Roseanne has made. We need a better outcome in terms of carbon pricing mechanisms. We are nowhere sufficiently there when it comes to have a significant price signal attached to carbon across different regions of the world. We need Article 6. We need Article 6, and this is essential for Latin America. Article 6 is the trigger, for example, for forestry investments that need to happen, where a number of regions, take Sub-Saharan Africa, take Latin America, could really be important playgrounds. We need a better governance system that allows us to have more coordinated decisions with more momentum. And I am afraid that Glasgow may not exactly be the platform for this whole to happen. But I have to say that the call from the private sector and from stakeholders has to stay there for the institutions to deliver policy decisions in a timely manner.
Thank you, Marco. I see we are approaching the end for our panel, but we have a couple more questions before the closing remarks. And we have a question from Omar here, from Omar Zair, back to biofuels. And it says how the supply chain will need to evolve to support biofuel production, which may link again to R&D and perhaps R&D in the region of Latin America. Anyone wants to take this one?
I wanted to mention, I think, what is, the biggest challenge here for our region, for Latin America. The first one is related to feedstock. So we have to diversify feedstock. As we mentioned, the hydrous crisis in Brazil is exposing the fragility of being relying on sugarcane only, for example, for ethanol production, or even with the biodiesel, where we had record high soybean oil prices. And again, mandate has been lowered here in Brazil. So I think this needs to be addressed first. I think in terms of the supply chain for biofuels itself, first generation, it's already there, it's already built out. As we move forward to the other biofuels, such as renewable diesel and sustainable aviation fuel, these are drop-in fuels. So this is going to make things even more efficient and quicker. So I do think that what we need to address is the need for investment in R&D into feedstock diversibility here in the region.
Mm-hmm. Perfect. Thank you, Beatrice. There is one more question on you from Liam Cohen, but I think you touched upon it if there are any further thoughts on interesting R&D activities that that you see for new or existing firms in the region. That might be like a follow-up question to that part. And then we have a question on biofuel in Brazil, knowing that, oh, we had that one. Sorry, it's one that we already had. We had one from Andres Jimenez, who is asking for any thoughts on biogas methane as an important alternative, which combined with carbon capture technology could become carbon negative. And any thoughts from our panelists?
Sure, I'll just start by saying one thing. In terms of the biogas activity here in Brazil, Raízen has been the leader there. I mean, they are the largest producer company, so they are investing in that. And they are also investing in expanding their second generation ethanol production as well. So I think, you know, as it is the case with the best capitalized or companies in the best position, they're the ones that are reacting first to what we are seeing is the future in this space. So I just wanted to mention that at this moment, they are the one that we can highlight in terms of a new activity.
Mm-hmm. Perfect. Thank you, Beatrice. I have one more question related to what Marco mentioned about the regional policies and regional cooperation. Do you see any strategy for Latin America again, in the light for the COP or after COP, or even in the light of the upcoming elections or the past elections? But basically, is there any strategy that you see that could be like the signature strategy for Latin America in terms of dealing with the R&D or any of the topics we have touched upon here with the COP? That would be probably on Marco, who spoke about the regional collaboration.
Yeah, I have to say that is the issue of governance is crucial here. We clearly are in a point in time in which institutions are changing their role. We have seen from the intervention of Jake how development institutions are essential, and they need to create regional strategies, and they need to increase cooperation amongst themselves. We're seeing in other regions of the world how cooperation amongst IFIs is crucial because of aligning and streamlining their priorities. And I think overall, it is essential that the governance of what happens on development finance looks into the systemic outcome of the decisions they take. So as Jake was clearly pointing out, one needs to look how a specific project or investment moves the energy system in the region, allows for better resources and interconnections to displace emissions, etc., more emitting fuels, etc., etc. So the first point is streamlining, I think, the logic on which all institutions operating in the region work. The second aspect, I think, is linked to cooperating with third parties and with the partners in the region, the United States first and foremost. And I think that it is essential that the Western Hemisphere now continues staying and increases its priority in the USG approach to the energy transition, and that this really features high in the priorities that are put also in individual cases. I didn't quote the word Venezuela here, but clearly I think energy and the rebuilding of a solid energy system has to be at the front and center of the strategic reflections in reviewing policies ahead. So I believe this is truly a major component of the reflections that need to be made, also outside of the region, in Washington, in Brussels, and across different capitals.
Thank you, Marco. And so before we close the panel, to our panelists here, any final thoughts you would like to share, each of us, before we say goodbye? Well, we have answered all the questions from our attendees. So here I will just thank you again to the Interdialogue for having us. And thank you all for joining. And I will turn it back to Lisa, and may you enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you, Beatrice. Thank you, Rosen, and thank you, Marco.
Thank you so much, Stanka. Thank you to all our speakers. That was a fascinating panel. Really appreciate all the interesting comments that you made. I just wanted to say that we'll take a short break now, and we will reconvene at 10:45 Eastern Time for our panel on political risk in the oil sector in Latin America. And this, if you're watching through YouTube or Zoom, we'll continue to use the same link. So you could leave it open or you could rejoin, but you can come back to this same place at 10:45. Look forward to seeing you then. Hi, everyone. Welcome back to the 5th Annual Latin America Energy Conference. I'm Lisa Visiti, the Energy, Climate Change, and Extractive Industries Program Director at the Inter-American Dialogue. And I'm pleased to introduce our next panel, which is going to cover political risk in the oil sector in Latin America. And I'm just going to introduce the moderator for this panel. Alex Valderrama is Senior Director, International Government Affairs, Western Hemisphere for Chevron. Alex, I'll turn it over to you now. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Good morning, everyone. And first of all, Lisa, thank you so much for pulling this whole energy conference together. Great work to you and your team. So thank you. So it's my pleasure to moderate this next section on political risk in Latin America's oil sector. We have another great panel here for you today. Here with us are Silvia Escobar, who's the chair of the board of directors at Geopark. We also have Jimena Blanco's research director and head of Risk Insights Latin America at VRisk Maplecroft. And Ishel Castro, research director and head of refining and assets at Wood Mackenzie. So welcome to the panel. And as a first point, I just need to say that I am so proud to be moderating an all-woman panel today, because for someone like me who's grown up in this industry, it is a really great achievement and really demonstrating progress. So great news here. So last year's region-wide 7% economic contraction produced a challenging backdrop for energy-producing countries. Demand increased in the second quarter of this year, but there's a lot of work ahead of us to return to a path of prosperity. And you've heard it before, but COVID-19 has contributed to a complicated landscape for energy investments in the region. The pandemic-induced collapse in global energy demand crippled the public finances of the region's leading oil and gas exporters. Spending cuts on public services and widespread unemployment aggravated a fragile socioeconomic environment, fueling political unrest. Populist and nationalist ideologies thrived in this environment, and leaders with authoritarian tendencies took advantage of the situation of COVID-19 to enlarge the role of their governments, denting investor confidence. Several governments, such as Mexico and Peru, expanded control over their oil and gas industries. Left-wing populist voices lead the polls ahead of Brazil and Colombia's general elections next year, and they could make an impact on energy markets. Governments are increasingly concerned about protecting local communities and the environment, and so it remains to be seen if budget constraints will delay the region's energy transition. Alongside political risk, tremendous opportunities also exist for the development of a more vibrant energy mix in Latin America. A 2020 report by the International Renewable Energy Agency found renewable investments could create 3.2 million jobs across the region by 2050. And at the same time, countries are investing in their local oil and gas sectors. This challenging landscape is further complicated by intensifying geopolitical competition between the US and China. Beijing already has an impressive oil and gas portfolio in this region, and it has made considerable inroads in Latin America's renewable energy sector. A leading global supplier of green technologies, China's presence in Latin America goes beyond finance and equipment to include noteworthy projects by Chinese companies. The Biden administration hopes to counter the Belt and Road Initiative's energy and infrastructure investments in Latin America with its Build Back Better program. Senior US officials traveled to the region late September to promote this initiative, as you might recall. Agencies like the International Development Finance Corporation also provide administration with new tools to catalyze funding for energy and other investments. To compete effectively, we need to have US wingtips on the ground. So far, only one ambassador has been confirmed in Latin America, no one on the South American continent. Our energy diplomacy and US companies could suffer as a result. So we have a terrific panel today, as I said, and so let's start with the questions. My plan is to ask each panelist one question, then I will ask one question for all panelists to answer, and then we'll open up to questions. Okay, so let's start with Sylvia. Hi, Sylvia. What are the challenges for downstream investors as well as upstream in this environment?
Well, thank you, Alex. Thank you, my co-panelists. I am also thrilled that we are all women in this panel. Normally, I'm the only woman in every oil and gas sector panel. So I am very, very proud to be here. And I'm proud to speak to all the dialogue people who are here and who are listening. And this is a very hard question, Alex. It is very long because we have a lot of challenges, but I will try to make it short. I believe that both in the upstream and in the downstream sectors, we have big challenges related to three special factors, I will say. The first is everything that's got to do with energy transition. This is not like difficult to know that this is one of the sectors which is most impacted by the necessity to reduce carbon emissions. So that's a big challenge, and I'll be talking about that in a few seconds. The second, and you mentioned it, especially in Colombia, where we are having elections next year, but in all Latin America, is everything related to this geo-social political aspects. We'll be talking about that also. And the third, and it's good that we both mentioned it, it's the gender parity in this sector. I really believe that a sector that has only 23% of women working in all these big companies around the world is a big challenge. But then let's start with the energy transition challenge. That's a challenge that is both in the downstream and upstream. I will try to make a very short list in the downstream because we need better quality of the fuels that we have at this moment. We need more technology. We need more new fossil fuels, but with a better quality and less emissions. We have the great challenge of technology that can trap, that can store it, and that can use the carbon in other ways. I think that's very important because as energy demand is growing in Latin America at the pace it is. IDB projects 80% of growth till 2040. So no transition, no new renewables will be enough to cover this demand. So we need fossil fuels and we need better fossil fuels. But also we need in the downstream people that lead a new distribution of things like solar energy, eolic energy, hydrogen, both green and blue. For example, I think I'm privileged to live in a country that has 75% of its energy matrix from hydropower, and we've been growing from 0.2 to 4% in renewable energy project, which is huge, but at this pace we will never get to cope the demand on energy. So that new renewables are very important. We need infrastructure in storage and transportation that's essential to what we are needing and we're seeing in energy demands. We also need to understand all the geopolitical aspects, as we said. I'm going through very fast because I know I don't have this much time, but it is important and very impactful that we work on the CSR efforts, all the responsibility around communities and all stakeholders. Right now, as you said, I am the chair of Geopark, and we have been working working as independents, not only in the role of finding and producing safe, reliable, and economic sources of power, as I said that we need, but we also need to go beneath that, and we have to find the hydrocarbons and produce them with focus on environment, with a common priority, which is to reduce the impact on environment and work with communities. It is very important that we engage and work at the local level, even before the start of any operation has been successful. The company, and I think what has got to be a challenge in all the major, is to be recognized for achievements in managing social conflict by all the governments. I think that we have been doing that in Colombia and been very successful in that. We have to engage with local and national governments so companies are aligned with the priorities in the territories and the benefits that trickle down all the shape of taxes and royalties that are received and are perceived as beneficial to communities. Also, we have to work in the need to continue the plans for greenhouse gas emission reduction in alignment with national targets and larger commitments of the Paris agreements. I don't know, Alex, if I'm running out of time, because one of the things that is most important here is that investors know that that the CSR efforts are not to be seen as a requirement, but as an immense business opportunity to differentiate from other companies. I think in this sector, this is a crucial matter, and companies have to understand that these priorities on sustainability are a big opportunities to them to differentiate not only what they're doing, but on the transparency and reporting all the activities they're doing, and to have all the flexibility to undertake risk in the social and all this protest on communities. I will finish saying that, for example, one of the big challenges that we are facing now are the price decisions. Price decisions are not taken on time because of social protests, and that is not a good thing for many of the companies that are here. There's an example, for example, in Brazil, where the CEO was changed because he tried to make a change in prices. So we have to have, as we have, for example, in Geopark, many territories and countries where we can compensate one with the other. But the most important thing is to be conscious of the big challenge of energy transition, to know that we have to have better fossil fuels, that we are not going to have renewables that compensate the growth on demand as fast as people can say, and we have big responsibilities to communities and all stakeholders.
Excellent point, Sylvia. That's for sure. That, you know, fossil fuel isn't going away as fast as a lot of people think. So, thank you. Okay, over to Ishel. Hi, how are you? So your question is, how is the political shift that we see in the region impacting the refining sector's ability to invest in the energy transition? What challenges and opportunities do you see coming?
Thanks, Alex, and thank you, Sylvia, as well for that first answer, because I think it lays the conversation pretty well to what I'm going to go in a second, right? And I think there's a very important point. Yes, we are in the middle of an energy transition, but from a refined products point of view, demand in Latin America as a whole is still going to be growing to 2040, right? 2045, and that point it plateaus. So, but that doesn't mean that specifically refiners in the region are not going to be facing challenges way before that. So we're the other part of the equation, for example, is that we expect that demand of liquid fuels in the US is going to peak in 2026, right? So that means that in 5 years, refiners in the region will have even more competition from US refiners trying to place. So what are the three main challenges that I think refiners should be investing? And according to what we're seeing in the rest of the world, I would put this in three categories. The first one would be efficiency in operations, right? Just whatever additional investment you need, investments in maintenance to just keep your refineries operating. We see a lot of these projects or building new technology, right? Building new capacity in the region. And we see projects in Mexico and Ecuador largely going along these lines. The second category would be clean fuels that you were making the reference now, Sylvia, right? So cleaner diesel, cleaner gasoline, a higher mix of ethanol and biodiesel into the fuels that are being put for consumers. And the third one, the big buzz in the market at the moment is the energy transition related project. So that's CCS, hydrogen, co-processing, biodiesel, sustainable aviation fuel. And I'm very proud and very happy to say that we are seeing a lot of that investment in the region, right? We're seeing Chile, Colombia, Uruguay, Brazil, leading projects not only in the region, but at a global level in terms of the investment that can be made in this road. The key is how to make these projects in a way that's profitable for the companies, right? Which I think it would be an important distinction here. Are these projects that are being led by a national agenda, backed by the government, or are these projects that have the opportunity to be developed and be competitive in prices? And that's why I started mentioning the US part, right? We have to think that gasoline and diesel prices are going to be under pressure. So can refiners afford to go into all these new technologies with their additional competition? So I think this is the moment where the political risk and the political environment is almost splitting Latin America into two worlds or two speeds in the way we face those three challenges, right? With more traditional nationalistic approach saying, I'm going to keep my investment in level 1 and level 2, right? Just investment, maybe clean fuels, but with no appetite of going yet through energy transition conversations, and having actually the other at the forefront of Latin America, governments that are more interested in actually placing their countries and their refining industries as examples for what's being done in the region worldwide. What do I think has the risk of happening, right? The big opportunity here is, as I said, demand is going to continue growing. And that's only be happening in a handful of regions around the world in the next 3 decades, right? So only Latin America, the Middle East, Russia, India, at the very far end of our forecast is going to continue growing demand. That's the massive opportunity that refiners can capture. The challenge is, do you try to go through these 3 decades managing the business in the same way it was managed in the last 3 decades, or do you present a new approach on all of these opportunities and leverage more on the connections that you can have either in renewables potential, biofuels potentials, or hydrogen in a lot of the countries that we have in Latin America as well? Without further investment on optimization, what we estimate at WoodMac is that only 71% of the refining capacity is going to have positive margins by 2027. And by 2050, that ratio declines to 50%. And then if you go into the details, you can see an alignment between the most traditional your approach is, the more likely it is that you'll be in the negative part of those refining margins in 4 decades from now, right?
Thank you, Michelle. It was very, very interesting and concerning. I mean, it's a lot of investment, and in a region that has had an economic downturn in the recent years. So really interesting. Jimena, welcome. The next question for you is, how do you see the timeline of the energy mix shifting in Latin America?
Well, I mean, I think Sylvia and Ixchel, first of all, thank you for your comments, and Alex for the intro. I think I'm going to join 2 pieces of the puzzle that they put together in front of me, really, because
I mean, of course, we have this challenge in the region by, talking about a region when in fact, I agree with Ixchel completely. There seems to be two regions progressing at different rates. And, COVID and the challenges it presents or it exacerbated rather, because it actually fed on already existing challenges that, Sylvia was mentioning earlier. Is going to make that distinction of two regions even more profound. So if we think about, the timeline for the energy transition, we saw, massive development in renewable energies in 2020. Probably was one of the, the outliers of the pandemic year when, the rate at which renewables worldwide grew compared to 2019. But, there are ESG risks associated with the energy transition. And in Latin America, the economic impact you mentioned, Alex, at the beginning, has actually meant that, many of the governments that depend on oil revenues, on hydrocarbon revenues, want to take more of that share. And you mentioned some of those at the beginning as well. And also have, slowed down on their interest and investment in renewables, right? So this in part talks about the social risks that we see in the region, right? Coming from economic impact. And of course, civil unrest is one of those key areas that is going to derail or delay rather the energy transition and the development of renewables, because governments that have a fiscal need for that revenue from hydrocarbons will continue to rely on it and need it to satisfy some of these social demands. So there we have one of the key challenges. An associated challenge is political instability, right? And it's very hard to distinguish between civil unrest and government stability and political instability, but whether we look from Argentina to Mexico, we have seen it in 2020 and 2021. The number of anti-government demonstrations across the region, some countries going through periods of intense instability, whether we're talking about Colombia, Peru, Argentina, most recently, it's there and it's latent. So these governments are in a way looking to keep things as stable, maintaining the status quo as much as they can, and that in itself will derail the energy transition, because as investors are looking at the region as well, they're looking at a region that is not everywhere, putting the regulations in place and the incentives in place for them to come in and develop renewables in a competitive market, right? So you still have a lot of regulations in a way disincentivizing the investment and development in renewables. And I guess the third area, which both yourself and Sylvia mentioned, in a way has to do with the reskilling of workers, right? And renewables actually bring a major plus or a positive side, if you will, in terms of gender parity, because the industry as a whole, even though it's not 50-50, it is 32% female participation against the 23% of hydrocarbons. So it would be an improvement. But one of the key challenges that the pandemic has left is that Latin America effectively shut down for 18 months plus. And this includes the shutting down of universities, of technical institutions, of training, and not just professionals, but children from kindergarten to secondary education. And this is an impact that we will see over the coming decade and a half in terms of educational attainment across the region. And that in itself will pose another challenge to the energy transition, because governments will be challenged to develop these workers, reskill existing workers, but also train new workers coming into the workplace to be able to participate in the renewables energy sector. And so, I think in terms of a timeline, it's going to be slow in terms of, the big markets, the big, hydrocarbons producers and how they they advance in adopting more renewables. It will continue, but probably not at the pace that the renewable energy operators would like it to do.
Excellent, thank you. So perhaps the timelines made for the Paris Agreement might not be met as we think. So hopefully things will turn around. We are all optimistic, and we all hope that things will turn around for the region. So now my next question will be for each of you, and then after that, take your time in answering, and then after that, we will open up to the audience. Audience, please just send in your questions via the Q&A or the chat. All right. So the question for all of you, for each of you, is around China, right? China's big issue. China has been discussed very much. It's certainly discussed very much here in Washington, D.C. And so my question to you is, how does U.S. policy versus China policy with respect to the environment affect political direction in the region? Ishel, I'd love to start with you.
Sure. It's a very interesting question, Alex, and I think we have several ways of answering this one. But I think from a very narrow perspective, which is the oil world in this whole energy mix, right? The short answer is that China will depend on Latin American oil more than the US will. Some of it's already going there. It's already committed through long-term agreements there. And the Chinese have invested quite a while in confirming that we'll continue to have that access for longer. That doesn't mean that the region necessarily needs to be facing east only, right? Because that also poses its own challenges, as we're seeing in the market now, right? You have China massively slowing down, reducing cut runs, and leaving a lot of oil from all over the world, but including Latin American oil, distressed in the market. The other element is that the historical relation with the US has been, yes, as providers of oil and then consumers of refined products, but I think it's evolving more and more in terms of a partnership at different levels of the supply chain, with more US companies being interested in developing their own import terminal, their own distribution, their own retail presence in the region longer term, right? So I don't think from distribution of products perspective, there are necessarily relations that are equivalent, right? In one, you have a relation whereas I go extract a lot of products and also keep that in the long term for the development of China, versus the other one being a more collaborative approach. I think it's going to be very interesting to see how that evolves, especially after the Paris Accord, and how that might change the approach that China might have towards Latin America. And with that, I'm happy to pass the microphone to either Jimena or Sylvia to share their views on this one.
Who'd like to go next?
Well, I'll just go very briefly, and I think the main difference from my perspective is the appetite for risk that you see in investment from the Chinese and the US side as well, right? Companies operate in a very different way, and if we're thinking about the context of this panel and political risk, Chinese companies are currently willing to go into investments that may prove too risky for their US competitors. And so, when we're seeing, for example, investments with national oil companies or, loans in much higher risk countries, and I'm not even going to an extreme example of Venezuela here, but investments in other jurisdictions, I think there is more risk appetite in Chinese investors. But I think that is something that US companies are recognizing and are responding to, and they have a lot to contribute in terms of technological contribution as well, particularly if we're thinking about places like unconventionals, thinking about Vaca Muerta, for example, where Chinese investors cannot compete. with a potential US investor. So I think, there's room for companies from both countries, but the region as a whole, thinking about geopolitically now, not just for energy, but even if we think about manufacturing and agriculture, is going to become increasingly important in this, whether you call it a race or a competition between the US and China over the coming decades.
Well, thank you, Ixchel and Jimena. I think you put it exactly as it is. I'd like to finish like giving my view. I think this is, as Jimena says, like a competition between the BRI, I always say this wrong, Belt and Road Initiative, I believe, from China, which is like the new Silk Road, and the Build a Better World in the United States. Which is recent, but I think that these are like policies that are competing. And I believe that the rivalry between US and China around Latin America may be positive. I think that over the last couple of years, China has risen in importance in Latin America. And as they are financing many projects in these sectors and other sectors, I think that this competition will be going to ensuring better environmental standards. And I think that we can hope that having the two superpowers like sort of competing to finance projects in mining, in energy, in transportation, in communication, that may help create a race to top regulations. And I think that climate change and biodiversity is like the only thing that is really going to be the common point, and that will ensure like the livelihoods and the needs of all stakeholders. So I think it will be a positive thing.
Excellent, thank you. Thank you all for the questions. And now we're going to open it up to the audience questions, and we have quite a few. So let me see, okay. First one is, how do each of your companies reconcile the inherent contradiction of advancing further investment in oil and gas in Latin America and the Caribbean while the region is among the most affected by climate change? Given the human impacts of climate change and the growing financial risks involved in oil and gas, how can anything other than a rapid transition to renewable energy be deemed responsible corporate practice? Who would like to take that one on?
I can go first, right? It's a great question, and it will impose a considerable cost in public finance, the mitigation and the prevention cost of climate change related problems in the region. But I think that's looking at probably the first and the last part of the equation, when in the middle there are a lot of other plays that need to be analyzed as part of this. And I am 100% in favor, of course, to a rapid transition to renewable energy that can prevent climate change, right? The important point is that this might be a fiscal consideration playing a big part of it. And Jimena was making a reference to that earlier, right? So a lot of these countries in Latin America, and you actually see the people that are, some of the governments that are more dependent on hydrocarbons revenue for their own public budgets are probably taking longer to back the energy transition, not only internally, but also in the public policies that are being discussed at a global level. The reason for that is the dependency of hydrocarbons it's preventing those governments, or has saved these governments for going into a deeper fiscal reform, which will be highly unpopular, to say the least, and could have even more damaging political consequences for that president or for that political party, depending when that is to do. So I think for them, it's not a question of, and I'm speculating here, right? But it could be more of a decision process of not climate change versus hydrocarbons, as climate change versus a fiscal reform. and what does that mean for economies in Latin America to still have a big portion of informal economies that will take a lot of money, a lot of time, and a lot of effort as well to integrate them into what would be a more ideal path toward climate change policies.
Excellent, thank you. Okay, how do you expect you, hold on, up to what extent would it be helpful for companies to engage in public affairs campaigns, not only in the region itself, but in their respective home markets in order to assure public understanding and a social license to operate? Do you know examples of companies doing so already?
Well, I think I can take that. I think every company does that, right? There isn't a single company in the industry that doesn't take social license to operate seriously, that doesn't engage with stakeholders, whether you're talking at the community level, at the government level, civil society, and I think part of what they do is what Ixchel was just mentioning, right? Companies are often stuck in the middle of this balance between government needs for revenue and society's demands for development, whether you're talking about infrastructure, in education, in roads, in healthcare during the pandemic, for example. And they're stuck in between, the demands of the government and the needs of the people they work with. And I don't think I could find a single operator that would say social license isn't, one of the top things in their risk matrix, and they put in a lot of effort, right? I don't want to say investment in terms of dollar signs, but investment in terms of human capital that they have within the companies to work on strategies and to balance, the energy transition and how they work with communities and with government stakeholders. One of the work we do at various Maple Crop day in and day out is around social license to operate in the extractives. So I think, this is happening.
Thank you. Sylvia, you want to tell something?
Yes, please. I think that this is a question I really like, because I think there is a large and urgent task of educating and communicating in a comprehensive way to disprove a lot of the myths that are around this industry. And this industry, which is essential for financing, because I agree with Ixchel, this has to do with fiscal policies and everything, but in any of the Latin America oil producing countries, this is vital for the economy, for all the investments in any other sectors, education, health, whatever. So we do need to educate people, to not only when Jimena was talking about educating like the new employees of this new world of renewables, it is important. And it is also important to educate the society. Like we have a lot of politicians, a lot of populist people saying things that are really not true, and that that is not true, but you do not go and tell them in a comprehensive way that everyone can understand. So I think that we should do that. And although, as Jimena says, all the companies are making that in a different measure, I think we have to get together and find a way to this communicating of myths.
Excellent, thank you. Okay, the next question. How are the region's political risks likely to impact the production of metals needed for the energy transition?
I'm happy to take that. Probably some of the countries that saw the greatest political upheavals in the last 2 years are crucial to energy transition. Chile and Peru play a crucial role in the copper supply chain, right? And we have seen unprecedented levels of political instability in both of those countries. Ecuador is entering that copper supply chain. And again, we saw high levels of political instability there pre-pandemic. So, I think, in the region, I would say no one's been bored in terms of political developments pre-pandemic and during the pandemic as well. And I think, the pandemic has exacerbated a lot of these trends. So we will see more of this, as we go to the ballot box, especially in the coming 2 to 3 years in major economies, whether we're talking about, Colombia and Brazil next year. I think that will show us a lot of the way in which the region is heading, right? And I'm not sure if we're seeing a return of the left or of populism, but rather a more broader global rejection of incumbents, right? And it's a lot of punishment of what's happened during the pandemic. So I think we'll have to wait and see whether we're before a trend or whether this is, a COVID-specific swing that voters are making in Latin America and in other parts of the world as well.
Excellent, thank you. We have another question here. So if national governments' fiscal concerns is the primary impediment to shifting to renewables, do you agree with that? And what are the prospects, likelihood, or methods for oil and gas companies to help countries adapt their energy tax revenue collection to apply to renewables rather than oil and gas so that the transition can accelerate?
Can you repeat, Alex, please?
Sure. If it's a government's fiscal concern, the primary impediment to shifting to renewables, right? They don't have the money to do so. What are the prospects, likelihood for oil and gas companies to help countries adapt their energy tax revenue collection to apply to renewables rather than to the conventional oil and gas so that the transition can accelerate?
I can try to give a short answer to that. And I think that depends on the ability of that oil and gas company to be profitable on its own without government backup.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I absolutely agree.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep. It's actually the government that needs to really find the revenue for this. And I mean, there are other world, international, the IDB, the World Bank, all the others that would help with this. But the private investors, doing this for business and to make money, and so it's going to be expensive, and you need to find a way to get more aid. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, but I would like to also add that in the introduction, if fiscal policy is the main concern, I would come back to that question. And I believe that it is not only renewables that we're looking for. The trigger is climate change and environmental impact. So if we find other ways to not impact the environment, that would be crucial. So all the money, not all the money, we have to have this more balanced energy grid. But if we put more energy in cleaner fuels, in cleaner fossil fuels, and if we find a way again to use carbon in a clean way, that will be very important too. So the velocity for renewables is very important, but the velocity to find new ways of cleaner energy is also very important.
Excellent. Well, thank you all, ladies. Oh. Go ahead, Jimena, go ahead.
I was just going to add 2 cents on, I think the second part of the question to me is very Latin American in the sense that it implies that a company has a responsibility to advise a government on public policy, and that's conflating private and public sector. And I don't think private companies have a role to play in fiscal policy design. That's the state's responsibility.
I believe, Jimena, that's because Latin America, most are NOCs. So maybe they are talking about Ecopetrols and Petrobras that is because I do agree with you that if we're independent, that is not our task.
Okay, well, our time is up. Thank you all so much. I think it was a great panel. Thanks the audience for those great questions, and back to you, Lisa.
Thank you, Alex. Really interesting discussion, great points. And a lot of, I think, interesting themes came up. We see differences, as you talked about, among the different countries, but also a lot of similarities in terms of, the role of the state, what the responses to the energy transition, the effects of the pandemic and the fiscal situation. So thank you for discussing those and other issues. I just want to introduce the moderator of our next panel. The next panel will be on social movements in the energy sector. So I think some of these themes will come up again, but we're going to try to look at it from more of a social and sort of the view of society and public opinion and social movements. And so I want to introduce our moderator, Lori Fitzmaurice. She's the executive director of the Center on Global Energy Policy at Columbia University. And I'm so glad that she's able to participate in this event today. She's going to moderate the next panel and introduce our speakers. Lori, please go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lisa. It's a pleasure to be here with you and with our panelists today. And what a great morning it's been at the conference. I admit it is a delight to take a step away from my daily activities just to be able to listen to all of the people you've assembled. I'd like to welcome our audience to this conversation. As you mentioned, we'll be focusing on social movements in the energy sector. And I'd like to introduce our panelists, starting with Felipe Bahamondes, founding partner, DLA Piper from Santiago, Chile. Felipe, thank you for joining us today.
Thank you, Lori. Very pleased to be with you.
It's great to have you with us. We also have Thomas Singh, director of the Green Institute from the University of Guyana, also a senior lecturer from the economics department there. Thomas, thank you. I think you're muted, Thomas. If you want to go ahead and unmute, that'd be great.
Thank you so much, and apologies for that. It's great to be part of this panel and to have been part of the conference so far.
Wonderful to have you with us. Jose Zapata, partner, Holland and Knight from Bogota, Colombia. Jose, great to have you with us.
Thank you, Lori. A pleasure to be online with everybody. A pleasure to be participating today with my colleagues. Thank you.
I'm particularly excited about this conversation. I think it's incredibly important to focus on social movements and impact on prospects for continued development of energy and infrastructure. I'd like to start with you, Felipe, and let's focus on a little bit of history and an example of project development that's incredibly well known in the energy sector. Let's talk about Hidroaicén. 2.8 gigawatts across 5 hydro projects that were going to be installed in 2 rivers in the Chilean Patagonia. For those of us who come from the industry side, it's a very well-known project. I had heard about it for many years. I think the development went on for almost 10. And this project went from an almost surefire development with a very high profile to becoming the most reviled project in the country, got international attention. What can you tell us about how that project, the evolution of that project in Chile's energy sector, and the role of civil society in influencing the future of that project and other projects and energy infrastructure in Chile in general?
Well, thank you, Lori. I think Hidroaicén, it's a landmark, I would say, in the development of hydro projects in Chile. As you well mentioned, the project went on, I would say, for near 10 years. The project tried to develop, several power plants, hydro power plants, in a couple of rivers in the Patagonia, Chilean Patagonia, and that's basically the Bequer and Pascua River. Those are very unpolluted rivers, beautiful rivers, by the way. I had the chance to visit them a couple of years ago, and it's an incredible landscape. So what happened is that in early 2000, Chile faced a sort of a shortage of energy development. As some of you may recall, Chile faced a shortage of natural gas that was coming from Argentina for several reasons. And so we were sort of in a crucial point because the future of energy development was at stake. And so then started the development of this project called Hydroaicén. It was a major project developed by some of the big players, hydro players in Chile. And it went on for a while without much problems until it started to create a lot of noise from social movements. And the campaign for this project was named Patagonia Sin Represas, and it was a very, very famous campaign against the project. I would say that a lot of public figures in Chile and outside Chile joined this campaign. And the project started to face a lot of issues with communities, even though it was located in an area of Chile where no much development is taking place. It's a very natural area. However, the social movement, I would say, was so powerful that it started to create real troubles for the project, and I think it made the sponsors to rethink about the project. I would say that one phase of the project, which was the development of the power plants, from an environmental point of view, was approved. It got approvals, but the transmission line, it got to build a transmission line in order to transport the energy to the center of Chile, which is 1,000 miles away from the project. It just was unsustainable, and I think it got a lot of opposition. And finally, I would say after more than 10 years, from 2010 until 2017, finally the sponsors decided to cancel the project, and therefore the project was not built. And I would say that it's a landmark because it was a huge project that, because of the social movement against it, it was finally canceled. So I would say that it's a kind of project that sent a message to all developers in Chile that social license is so crucial these days, that not having a social license basically could mean that the project is not developed at all. So that was Hydroaicén, a major project, and because of the social movement against it, it was finally canceled by the sponsors, and it's not done. I visited the area, as I said before, and I must say that those are beautiful rivers, and it's a beautiful landscape. So in a way, it fostered the development of renewable energy in Chile, not having this huge hydro project. And so solar and wind projects sort of took the place of that huge project in Chile.
It's interesting that you mentioned that. My sense, having worked in that market, and I was there at the time the project was canceled, was that it was a before and after in the development of projects in Chile. That prior to that, there was a feeling that large projects would get through the permitting process provided it met all of the requirements, and that the social license to operate, while an acknowledged concept intellectually, was not something that developers were as concerned about in practice. Do you think that's a fair statement?
I think it is. I think it's a fair statement. The social license, I would say, is a development of the last 10 years, very strong in Chile. And before that, and I'll tell you from experience, because I participated in some of the projects built before the concept of social license was in place. Before that, to be honest, if you had the approvals, the technical approvals and the regulators' approval and the government sponsoring the initiative. I would say that the projects were, built and concluded. And after Idrisen, probably that changed, in my view, forever. Now all projects need to have social license. So it's an absolutely fair statement, Lori.
Great. Thank you, Felipe. Thomas, I'd like to turn to you on this same topic because I find it fascinating if we look at markets and energy markets and we think about relative stages of evolution. I have found it absolutely fascinating, the correspondence that you and I have had and the information you've shared about the relatively recent discovery of a significant, a really major offshore oil and associated natural gas discoveries offshore in your country, in Guyana. And what has that meant for the development of an emerging social movement, so to speak, and the population's understanding of the potential significance for a change across that entire nation? One of the things you and I were corresponding about was the gas to shore project from the Liza field, for example. And you cited that as a development, $600 million development that the ExxonMobil Corporation is moving forward with. And yet you had said that project appeared to have generated a significant public reaction. I'd be very interested to hear from you, Thomas, about that public reaction and the participation at the level of public meetings around the EIA. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. And Laurie, and I think you framed this question really nicely because you've pointed to something that's a reality with us in Guyana. If I might back up a little bit and mention that social movements, as we all know, are associated with conflict, and Guyana has known conflict and has known social movements being instigators and involved in conflict and change, social change. But that's been by and large limited to political issues, the issues to do with specifically the political process. Guyana is a divided country, divided largely along ethnic lines with two major ethnic groups. So the homogeneity that in other countries might allow social movements to recognize early on environmental concerns, that has not been our reality. In other words, we're learning. Now, again, I need to make a little remark, going backwards once again. As a fairly resource-abundant country, yes, there are issues that have attracted the attention of environmentalists and persons who are aware of these issues. Valid concerns, such as the use of mercury in gold mining, and things related to largely mining and the degradation that arises from mining. So there was an awareness of those things, but again, it never managed to, forgive me for using the expression, to trump the protests that arose because of political concerns. Now, for the oil development, I've seen a rapid movement, a fairly rapid change. With the initial Liza development, and even subsequently, many issues are being conducted. Many of the environmental concerns are being ventilated in court, in the Supreme Court. And I don't think one would call those things social movements. But when it comes to the Liza development happened first. We're now producing oil, as you've said, just 120,000 barrels per day, but it'll be ramped up to 750,000 barrels per day in a few years' time. What's been taking place at the level of the judicature have been environmental concerns, yes. When it comes to the pipeline, however, the gas pipeline, there's been more popular concern about that, probably because people have been reading in the press many more of the reports and the court proceedings. And I think beyond that too, the operation far offshore seems to be removed from our reality. However, with the gas pipeline, it'll be landed on shore, and there'll be a development of related activities, disrupting, in some sense, very strict, very ordinary things like travel, transportation, and then people's livelihoods. So while there will be employment opportunities, there's much more social awareness on the level of the ground, at the level of the ground, with people becoming involved.
Can you tell us just a little bit how the evolution of this public participation what have you observed in terms of that evolution? And it makes sense to me, of course, that because this project has more of an impact onshore, that you would see that, but how has that evolved, or what have you seen in terms of that public participation?
Interestingly enough, it's been triggered not so much by environmental concerns, but there was a specific trigger. It was the issuing of an environmental permit to ExxonMobil to actually continue with the project. The background is that in various political administrations, there have been two so far since the discovery, there was a commitment and a recognition that Guyana had serious power problems. Our electricity cost is very high. It's generated by dirty fuel, so-called bunker C fuel, and the grid is old and dilapidated. So power failures are routine things in Guyana. Power has been a serious problem in the country. That in itself attracts attention to the oil and gas development, but it meant that both governments so far made strong commitments to the development of the oil and gas. I think that's important to note, that there is commitment at the level of the government, and clearly there is good reason to think about this because of the power problems that the country has. Alongside this as well, because of the seriousness of the power problems, alongside this, there is now strong interest in the development of a hydropower dam. And it's coming at a time when it's not as straightforward to think of these things as it used to, not even hydro from a renewable energy perspective. But I'm saying there was good reason. The issuance of the permit, though, was a trigger, and it was a trigger that was related to the earlier lies the development offshore itself, not the oil pipeline. In the process of issuing the environmental permit for ExxonMobil as a main operator to develop the resource offshore, this permitting process had a statutory requirement that the permit should only be for 5 years, after which the operator will, apply again. But it so turned out that a permit was issued for 23 years. Now, related to the oil development offshore, not the gas pipeline. However, there was a matter that was ventilated in court, and the Supreme Court issued a judgment that indeed it was erroneous for the Environmental Protection Agency to issue a 23-year permit. So that's now been the judgment, and that's the background. The environmental permit would be now issued every 5 years. But because of the awareness that developed around that, when it came to for the gas to shore pipeline, many more people had already become interested. Awareness had already been built. Many exchanges had taken place in the media, and particularly the newspapers. So persons have been ventilating their concerns, no longer in the court, but what they did is they used the opportunities of the public hearings to state their concerns. A chief one, and I'll end here, chief concern, it does have to do with the evolution of the social movement. A chief concern was that a feasibility study of the gas to shore pipeline was done in 2018. There were various locations recommended for landing this project, landing the pipeline onshore, and apparently that feasibility study came down on the side of saying that the current location was not the best one, probably not even a feasible one. The current location, however, is happens to be a sugar estate that was closed. So many people lost employment, and the entire community was depressed. So it's technically feasible to bring the line there, despite what the feasibility report might have said. And that is going to be a source of conflict, I believe. That community there enjoys much support, or rather gives much of its support to the current administration. The people opposing landing it there for other feasibility reasons, not the technical feasibility ones, are pointing out that, well, this report said it isn't feasible. So, I think we will probably see, looking down the line, an instance of the gas to shore pipeline making an awful lot of sense for many reasons. What we don't know is if it'll actually proceed and be able to be completed, because there are many, as was pointed out just now, there are many things that can happen that could derail a process that seems to be so straightforward.
What you're describing to me, if I step back, is that the evolution or the growth of public awareness and the growth of consciousness in a public society, in a society around this industry and these assets. And it sounds like the healthy evolution of that public participation. Would you agree with that?
I would say that it's an evolution and a learning process that allows more reason to enter the discussion, more space for more reasoned debate, than if there had just been a sort of eruption of a social movement. Mm-hmm. Whether or not that reasoning will become the thing that matters is probably a different question.
Well, and that certainly remains to be seen.
Yes, we have more opportunity.
We may need to hold another event in 6 to 12 months or once a year. Lisa, you might have to bring us back so Thomas can keep us up to date on the evolution of these projects. Let's turn to Colombia for a moment, because I think what's interesting about these three countries that we have represented on this panel is the different stages of development of their industries. Jose, how have you seen this dynamic play out in Colombia in terms of protests and social unrest affecting conditions for investment in energy infrastructure? I mean, Colombia has a very well-developed oil and gas industry. Can you talk to us a little bit about what legal conditions may have fostered or permitted, or how the legal conditions have affected the sector and allowed public participation to affect or impact the growth of the sector?
Thank you, Lori. Thank you, everybody. And I'll start just with a cross comment with Thomas, saying that every time I arrive in Guyana, there in the airport, there's a big sign that says the environment is our future. So very strong statement on the part of those of us that from time to time arrive to Guyana. Now, look, Lori and everybody, the issue that you indicate is, I think, very important, particularly in Colombia. Of course, Venezuela, we see this in Ecuador, we see this in Peru too. And basically, I would say that the impacts of political developments and social protests as part of what's happening in investment in oil and gas and the energy transition, you have to divide that between two main aspects, which I think are essential. The first aspect really is what I would call critical legal issues. The second aspect is the impacts of what's happening from that social unrest perspective. When you look at the critical legal issues, I think that you can list three main critical issues that are particularly relevant and that impact on the future of oil and gas and the energy transition. Yesterday in the press, in one of the leading press articles in Colombia, the idea of the problems that the energy transition is facing in Europe, particularly in the UK, with respect to availability and cost of energy, availability and cost of gasoline, is something that is being looked at, and within this critical legal issue scenario of the social protest. The first thing then there is what I call the principles of environmental law, and how those principles are being translated effectively to uphold or to respect or to address social protest in the middle of the development of oil and gas as well as of the energy transition. And within those principles, there are two that are having a significant impact on a day-to-day basis in Colombia and in other close jurisdictions. The first one is the prevention principle, and the second one is the precautionary principle. Without getting into those principles abundantly from a legal perspective, I hope everybody has them on top of their mind. At the end of the day, the key issue is that from the prevention side of the story, the concern of the public is, how do we ensure, more or less again with what Thomas was indicating, what Felipe commented, how do we ensure that environmental permits effectively address the concerns that we have with respect to social and environmental issues? That means that the prevention side of the story is up to date, is well done. There are correct environmental impact assessments, environmental management plans that reflect the conditions that we work around, et cetera. And then from the precautionary principle side of the story, the push on the social protest, on the political development movement side is, how can we emphasize the need to make that precautionary principle more effective based on the state of science, based on the uncertainty or certainty that to a certain degree science can provide for these technologies, whether you're talking about fracking, whether you're talking about geothermal power, and even if you're talking about solar cells and future development of mining to address the energy transition needs in mining. So big issue, first issue, principle. Second big issue, which I think is essential to mention, that generates all this and that sort of generates a tug of war between what's happening on the social side and on the legal side, is what we call an intensification of liability. And this is very important. People, communities want stricter controls, stricter accountability. And this generates a significant push because what we're seeing is, one, the notion of liability from a legal standpoint is changing and is being intensified almost to a level that is, for all purposes, strict liability. Secondly,
Jose, let me ask you a quick question on that.
Sure.
And I'd like to just dig into that a tiny bit more for our audience. When you talk about that notion of strict liability, and can you give an example of a project? I mean, what is the practical implication for projects when you talk about that?
Excellent question. Let me put it this way. You have a standard oil and gas project, conventional, not unconventional place. That project is being developed. And then the Constitutional Court of Colombia rules and opines in a constitutional action to uphold fundamental human rights that the way courts have to define liability for a project that can cause any type of damage does not require full proof of the damage, but an intuitive analysis of the potential damage that can be caused and further trigger strict liability. So where we're moving is from the traditional principles that you had in the context of law, in civil law, you're now moving to something which is, I'm going to call, the constitutionalization of liability, because of the basic principle that the environment and human rights are tied together to such a degree that it can't be anything other than you're liable just because there is at least some proof that you could have caused the damage at a determined moment. That's
okay. So so you're seeing that in the Colombian oil and gas sector, and how has that affected, thinking of that as a legal context, and as you described, in that legal context, what are you seeing in terms of the if that affects obviously the conditions for investment? What are you seeing on the social side? I mean, Colombia has certainly experienced significant protest and social unrest in recent years, now not necessarily only linked to the energy sector, but how have those events, broader political or social events, affected the oil and gas sector?
That falls in line exactly with what I was saying, in the sense that you then have, as a result of this situation, you have further regulations being issued, regulations that apparently for communities are ineffective in addressing the concern tied to liability, the concern tied to responsibility. And you have sort of a vicious circle where you have more and more regulations, thinking that with more regulations and more rulings, you might be accountable to a certain degree for those that are impacting. But since they are not effective and they're not really internalizing the negative consequences that from time to time are there, definitely those impacts, then there's the community saying, well, you know what? we have regulations and rulings that are not addressing our concern, that are not addressing our social concern from an environmental perspective, and there's insatisfaction. What does that generate? Protests that delay projects from a practical operational perspective. Additional cost of production, which generates difficulties. Issues today with COVID regulations that are make much more difficult the production of oil and gas and renewables into the near future. Issues tied to environmental licensing. Thomas and Felipe mentioned this, and that is the overabundance of social consultation. There is so much consultation, but it's ineffective because you don't get to the bottom line of what the community really wants to be that social license to operate. And we're circular there. We have more hearings, more socialization, more prior public consultation, but you don't get to the development of solutions that can sustainably define the manner in which oil and gas and transition projects will be developed. So at the end of the day, that is what's happening. And I think it will continue, tied to a couple of things that I'll mention, which is the increased demand for international treaties to be incorporated into national legislation also, simply because there is a belief that maybe if those local laws and regulations, if those local rulings are not sufficient to address the concerns community has in those protests, then maybe if we bring in treaties that are of a higher category and that have a public international view, then we can be much more effective in things like transparency. And that is a typical example of the Escazú agreement, where what has happened is that now some members of Congress have filed suit to ensure that the treaty is incorporated into national legislation, despite the fact that it was signed, yet not ratified by Colombia. And so you generate that type of situation. Protest, opposition, claims to incorporate additional regulations, and then more protests because they are not being effectively incorporated within the context of the rule of law and within the day-to-day operations of the oil and gas sector.
And hence the insatisfaction of the social movement, the additional regulation. Thomas, I saw you nodding. Do you have a comment you'd like to share?
Actually, I was nodding because I hadn't mentioned it, but the conflict that we see arising while the environmental concerns are being led by some individuals who happen to know more, who happen to have some resources to do this. It hasn't gotten to the stage of a groundswell of social movement. But the other area that's attracting a lot of attention is to do with rents. In industries of this nature, they generate lots of rents, and it comes down to that. So a great deal of discussion has taken place about local content policy. And I'm a bit cynical about it because I see the local businesses raising all sorts of queries and looking for all sorts of insertions into the local content policy that would basically allow them to extract more rents and have more opportunities to have those rents available for them to generate business. So we see that sort of conflict that's associated with rents and the distribution of rents. Than the environmental. And the other thing I wanted to say too is that our social movements and the representatives of these movements unfortunately tend to like to see regulatory command and control regulations. It just sort of fits in very nicely with the way the movements do their business, the high visibility they get, I dare say. And there's an appeal as well in communities across the country, as long as people's livelihoods are affected, be it indigenous communities or just other communities, there's a strong interest in command and control type of regulations. So we do end up seeing layers and layers of command and control type regulations. On the other hand, incentive-based regulations, while potentially being very, very effective, tend to be discredited by some of these very movements. And I think that's something that we have to be concerned about, especially those of us like me who are in academia. We'd want the spaces to be negotiated well, so that if the incentive-based regulations, market instruments, or things along those lines, and if the discussion about those things can have some traction, can really make a difference, we want to ensure that in the evolution of the social movements, there is recognition of the importance that people just don't dismiss these alternatives. That was another reason why I was in total agreement with what Jose was saying.
I think that's an extremely relevant point. I don't want to run out of time here before we circle back to Felipe, because I want to tie something together real quick. And Jose, I'd like to reflect on a comment that you made as well, which is the risk of regulation upon regulation. And I think there's a potential reaction on the part of industry there. And I'd just like to ask you quickly for one brief comment on what has the reaction been of the industry in Colombia to that, and what is potentially the response? I mean, is there a risk that social movements could derail energy and infrastructure development?
Thanks, Laurie. No, I think that's a great follow-up question there. I would say the following, and that is, the problem with assuming that the issuance, Thomas was saying, the solution is not only the issuance of regulations. If you just issue regulations and you have this lack of effective application of the rule of law, you generate, I would say, even more insatisfaction than the lack of regulation itself, because then everybody's saying, the rules are there, why aren't you applying? So from a climate change perspective, from a development perspective, from a public opinion rule, what is happening is that demand for additional regulations will result in further outbreaks of social protest if governments are not in the capacity to effectively translate it to effective, measurable goals and results. That is the issue. If you cannot reach those results, then you will always have this vicious circle where everybody is insatisfied. You will put additional pressure on the courts because the system is already, full of lawsuits associated with energy transition, climate change, demands for liability. But at the end of the day, what everybody would like is to be able to find the sustainable way of developing, but that requires that effective application. So if you don't do that, you will continue to ask for public participation ab infinitum. You will have constitutional claims. You will have pushbacks on technology. You will have polarization of the environmental concerns from one side or the other. And in general, from a private sector perspective, then you'll have a demand for further security on the rule of law, which is something that balances out for both parties.
Great, thank you very much, Jose. Felipe, I have a question for you, and then I'd like to turn to the Q&A, because inevitably we are going to run out of time here, because these are topics that, quite frankly, we could delve into in a lot more detail. Felipe, let's turn to the intersection between political developments, protests, and social unrest in Chile. As I'm sure everyone knows, public demonstrations swept across Chile starting in October of 2019. Initially triggered by an increase in the metro tariff. As it became, I think, rapidly apparent, it really was much more related to demands for deeper social, economic, and political interrogations and restructuring of the framework of the country. And Chile is now in the process of redrafting its constitution. Felipe, can you talk to us about what you may see in the change in the constitution with regards to the energy sector and the role of state actors or the role of private entities? How do you see the energy sector's regulation evolving in response to potential changes to the Constitution?
Sure, great. Just to comment on what Jose and Thomas mentioned. We share in Chile, a lot of the concerns they have, particularly the ones that Jose has mentioned about liabilities, the role of the courts, and so on. But just to give an optimistic message and an example of development in the energy sector that I think has been quite successful, and that is the development in Chile of solar and wind projects, and particularly solar projects. I would say that in the last 10 years, even though we do share the same social movements and environmental concerns, they have been able to increase their participation in the energy matrix, and particularly the so-called distributed energy. As you know, those are small projects that are built near the consumer centers. Those have been extremely successful in Chile. So just a more optimistic note of how development can be hand to hand with the need of energy in our countries. So, Lori, yes, we are in the middle of the process for a new constitution. As you said, that the origin of that is a social movement, the unrest at the end of 2019, and a political agreement later on in order to give to Chile a new constitution. We are starting the process. Actually, it's supposed to be a 9-month process with an extension of 3 additional months. We are beginning the discussion. The assembly just ended the part of the internal procedural rules and just finished that. So they will start discussing the substance. Regarding the natural resources and energy sector, I will say that probably regarding environment, I think there will be a recognition at the level of the Constitution for the concept of sustainable development, which is much broader and deeper than what we have now, which is a small sentence that when the Constitution was originally drafted, the existing one, but the one that will be replaced was original, compared with other countries, but now we're far behind. So probably a concept like sustainable development will be in place. And that concept that, mixes the economic, the social, and the environment all together will probably be needed at the level of the Constitution. Regarding mining, Lori, I don't think, being Chile a huge mining producer, I don't think, and I don't hope there are major changes at the level of the Constitution. You probably, you all know that the mining sector represents a huge part of our growth. Therefore, I doubt that major changes will be placed in the mining sector, even though we're currently discussing a new tax for the mining sector, but at the level of the Congress. I think another area that will have some changes is probably water. Chile is facing some shortage and droughts, as many other places around the world. And I think there will be some recognition for the people, for the agriculture sector, in order to be assured of the need of supply of water. And so I think there could be some changes in that area. And finally, I think the energy probably at the level of the Constitution, they will also recognize the increased importance of solar and wind projects, and maybe, why not, distributed energy. We don't know. At least some of the candidates for the election, which we have at the end of the year, have mentioned that they also want to foster that. So finally, regarding your question, Lori, I think it's likely that the state companies in Chile will play a bigger role in the energy sector in the future. And I'm talking particularly about ENAP, a state petroleum company. We are not a petroleum producer country, but ENAP has a role there importing and in the refining of oil. And Codelco, the huge mining corporation in Chile. I think at least those two state-owned companies, I believe, will play a bigger role in the energy sector, and maybe some other specifically or specially created new entities will also play a role. But it's kind of early to advance how that is going to move. But I do believe probably we will see in the near future more government participation in the natural resources sector in Chile. Yes.
Thank you very much. I believe there is a break after this, so I'm going to take advantage of that and give each of you 1 minute for the shortest answer possible to a question we got in the Q&A. I'm sorry we didn't get to all the questions in the Q&A. I know people have been trying to answer them as throughout the session. But here's an interesting and somewhat provocative question we got from Andres Jimenez. About whether or not a carbon tax to fund a universal basic income would make sense in Latin America. So you each get 1 minute for a succinct, fascinating response. Thomas, starting with you, would a proposed carbon tax to fund universal basic income make sense? I think you're on mute. So your 1 minute is now. Go.
So very quickly then, the proposed carbon tax is a so-called downstream one that would be, assessed at the level of the pump, so to speak, shared between consumers and producers. What will make sense for Latin America and the Caribbean is, in my view, an upstream carbon tax levied, shall we say, at the wellhead, if you will. It would make sense from an economic perspective because whether a tax is levied at the pump or elsewhere, it'll have the same effect. I wouldn't necessarily agree that it should go towards universal guaranteed income, but I think it could be used for climate adaptation, loss and damage instead.
Okay, interesting. Jose, 1 minute.
No,
Carbon
I don't
tax.
think, yeah, I think it would simply not work. There is too much disparity in Latin America at each government level. There are significant political differences in each country. There are significant regulatory issues. And at the end of the day, I have always considered that subsidizing has always been a short-term solution and not a long-term solution. So my response, no, definitely not.
Okay, Felipe.
Yeah, I tend to agree with Jose. We do have a tax on carbon emissions in Chile. I would say something different. I think it's too low. Probably it needs to be increased. Currently, it's $5, fixed per ton of CO2 emission. The shadow price should be around 50. So I do believe that probably we need an increase of that tax. And I think we're working through a different view that we are trying to develop a carbon credit market by way of the carbon tax treatment. In other ways, companies may replace the payment of the tax if they develop green projects. And I like that very much. I don't like the concept of a universal payment because I think there's a lot of distortions in that, but I do like through or by the way of green taxes to foster renewable energy. And I think that's what we're doing. And I hope it provides good results.
Excellent. Gentlemen, an absolute pleasure. Thank you very much. Thank you to our audience. Lisa, I will hand it to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Interesting final question. And it was a really interesting panel. Lori, thank you so much for your great moderating. Thank you to all three speakers. Very interesting to hear your comments. We're going to take a short break now for about 12 minutes until 12:30 p.m. Eastern time. And then we'll be back for our final session, which is a dialogue that I'll be moderating with some important climate and clean energy government officials from Chile and Argentina. And I'll introduce them when we return in a couple of minutes. Thanks, everyone.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, everyone. Goodbye.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the 5th Annual Latin America Energy Conference. I'm Lisa Vasidi, Director of the Energy, Climate Change, and Extractive Industries Program, and I'm really looking forward to moderating our last panel today. This discussion will be about the energy transition in Latin America. Across the region, there have been a lot of rapid transformations happening in the energy sector. And in this panel, we're going to hear from two experts representing the governments of Chile and Argentina, who are going to tell us about what's already underway and what is planned in terms of the energy transition in those countries. And I think they're emblematic in many ways of what's happening in the rest of the region. Chile has made strong commitments on electric transportation and renewable energy generation. Argentina has set much more ambitious climate goals. And so I think these two countries are very interesting examples. So let me go ahead and introduce our speakers, and then I'll jump right into the questions for the two speakers. Rodrigo Rodriguez Tornquist is the Secretary of Climate Change, Sustainable Development and Innovation at Argentina's Ministry of Environment and Sustainable Development. He's also a professor at the Universidad Nacional de San Martín in Buenos Aires. He's a member of the steering committee of the UN International Resources Panel, former president of the LEDS LAC platform, and chair of the UN's 10-year framework of programs for the SDG 12, which is on responsible consumption and production. And I know Rodrigo from back in, I believe it was 2017, 2018, we held our Latin America Clean Transport Forum in Buenos Aires, and we worked with Rodrigo on that. So it's great to have you back, and we've been collaborating since then. So welcome. I also want to introduce Gabriel Prudencio Flaño. He's the head of the Renewable Energies Division at the Chilean Ministry of Energy. He's been in that position since March 2018. From 2014 until he joined the ministry, he was the operations manager of Valaya, a company that develops pumped storage and photovoltaic plants in northern Chile. During 2012 and 2013, he worked at the UGE International in New York in the development of distributed wind and solar energy projects. Welcome, Gabriel.
Thank you.
So let me go ahead and start with the first question. Rodrigo, I would like to ask you, access to climate finance for developing and more vulnerable countries is going to be a key issue in the COP26, which is coming up just next month. It's going to be a key topic of discussion among countries. So how do you think negotiations over climate finance should be handled? Do you think developed countries should provide more climate assistance to developing countries?
Hi, Lisa. Hi, everyone. Thanks to the Inter-American Dialogue for having me here. It's a pleasure to share with you this important event. First of all, I would like to say, since you mentioned the 100 billion, that it shouldn't be considered as a goal itself. It was a commitment made by developed countries in 2009, and it was supposed to be 100 billion a year annually since 2010 up to 2025. So it's important, of course, to have news from those 100 billion. But at this point, it is a matter of trust, not because of those 100 billion making a real difference, since we understand that we will need much more money to do that. According to the IFC closing the SDG financing gap, which was many times mentioned last week in Milan during the pre-COP meeting, since I arrived yesterday from there, we will need approximately $2.5 trillion annually in the developing world for promoting sustainable development. And well, we need to understand that the needs for funding will be much bigger than those $100 billion. It is important to understand also the complex situation we are facing. Environmental degradation is definitely a key issue. Climate change may be the most prominent, but we also need to understand that we are facing with biodiversity loss, land degradation, pollution, resource scarcity, and many other problems that make the situation even more complex. Also, we are having times of geopolitical tensions, social vulnerabilities. According to the World Bank, only last year, we've had 100 more million people into poverty, economic recession, and high interest rates in the developed world, with, of course, a huge problem in terms of debt. According to IIF, last week's report, the ratio on global debt to GDP is approximately 350% globally. So the whole world is indebted. So we need to be very creative in order to think about climate finance. We understand that it's important to think about any different approaches, not only about those based in CBDR, in common but differentiated responsibilities, or asking the developed world to provide funding, which of course will be needed, but to think on innovative means of implementation. We need to rethink the financial architecture to be sure that the financial flows are predictable and adequate to face the ecological transition we need to face. We have some proposals in the convention and in different spaces to think about alternative metrics to GDP, to think about channeling special drawing rights to developing countries and extending terms and reducing rates, to think about debt swaps for climate action, payments for ecosystem services, incorporated the concept of environmental debt and a category for environmental creditors, to think about green capitalization of multilateral banks, and committing their portfolios for at least 50% of their portfolios for climate action, half to mitigation and half to adaptation. We also understand that we need to rethink credit ratings so as not to punish vulnerable countries that are the ones that suffer the most from the impacts of climate change, to think about tax incentives to private investment in environmental and social issues, such as in circular economy or renewables, and also to think about financial assistance to countries that commit to climate change and debt relief. So, and this last point, we understand that countries that have ambitious NDC aligned with the 2 degrees and well below 2 degrees, pointing to 1.5 degrees Celsius, should have special conditions for accessing finance, not only from grants, but for loans, for private finance, for access to other sources of funding that will be needed. We understand that we will need to think about a blending of financing. At the convention, we are still talking about the pledge that was presented 12 years ago, but we still have no clear roadmap on how to deliver on the funding for the NDCs of the Paris Agreement. On that regard, I can share you that Argentina, Mexico, and Brazil presented last Friday a common statement proposing a specific committee for discussing on how to deliver the $2.5 trillion, or how can we leapfrog from those 100 billion to those $2.5 trillion that our economies will need to decarbonize, to adapt our economies, and to protect our people. This was presented formally during the pre-COP, and it is being under discussion in the climate change conference. We understand that climate finance as a whole will require innovation and creativity. We understand that we will need to rethink the financial architecture if we are to work seriously for facing climate change as a systemic risk for our economy.
Interesting. And yeah, some of the ideas that you have mentioned would really require a transformation in, the way some of aspects of our financial system work. But the case can be made that, it's such a big challenge and major transformation will be necessary. So Gabriel, let me turn to you. I think Chile is sort of a unique case in the region because of its historical dependence on coal compared to a lot of other countries in Latin America. And the Chilean government has announced that it plans to retire half of all coal plants by 2025. So I wanted to ask you if you can tell us about how this plan will be enacted, and also if you can talk a bit about what this means for workers in the just transition. I think this is a particular challenge for Chile, and it'd be interesting to hear, what the plans are to deal with that.
Sure, thank you for your question, and hello to everybody in the audience, to the organizers, and to Rodrigo as well. Hello to everyone. Yeah, in regard to your question, actually the numbers or the commitments have been updated in the last couple of weeks. The commitment is actually to retire 2/3 of the coal plants by 2025, with a longer-term commitment to retire the entire fleet by 2040. That actually, I will tell it a little bit the other way around. This started as a commitment made in 2018 or so. That was a voluntary agreement between the four companies that own the coal power plants in Chile and the government. And they basically agreed to two things. One, to not build new coal power plants in Chile, and to build a commission to create a timeline in which we will retire the existing coal power plants. That basically was done mostly during 2018 and 2019. And by mid-2019, we basically announced the initial commitment to retire the entire fleet of coal power plants by 2040, with an initial commitment of, I don't remember the exact number by now, but it was about 1/3 of the entire fleet by 2025. And during the last 12 to 24 months, we had added additional commitments to this. So basically we have proved or shown that more ambition can be made in this sense. And basically we have announced that more power plants will retire in a previous date that was announced initially. At this point, this is more a personal opinion, but not an official statement, but I believe that the 2040 date that was initially mentioned, I believe that will happen even earlier. I don't know if 2030 will be the date, but at some point between 2030 and 2035, I think it's a rational timeline in which we can retire the entire fleet. It's definitely important from a point of view on how we produce the electricity or the power here in Chile today. About 40% of the electricity generation in Chile in the last couple of years come from the coal power plants. And in that sense, of course, it's very important in how we will address this in the point of view, and how we will replace all that energy, and how we will, of course, address as well the increase of demand in electricity that we may see in the coming years as well. The good news is that we have seen a very important growth in renewable energies in Chile. Just to have some numbers in mind, just this year, we expect about 6 gigawatts of renewable energies to come online in our system. Our system has a peak demand of about 10 gigawatts, so it's a very important number for the system. And most of that comes actually from renewable energies, basically solar PV and wind energy, which is great news. Clean energy, no emissions, cheap energy as well, considering the good conditions that we have here as well. But of course, it presents also some challenges that we have to address and are addressing already, especially in regard to what or how we will address more flexible system in the coming years. that we will need to integrate this energies that we know are good for the system, but also have the issues of variability or intermittency that we have to deal with. And from that point of view, we have to address flexibility as from the point of view of the system. And in that sense, we have launched already a flexibility strategy that will address in how we can introduce more storage to the system, but also how we can get more flexibility from the current system, or how we can promote investments in all investments that will add to flexibility, that as we know will not only be storage, but also transmission or flexible generation or others. And more specifically about the question of the transition, especially in regard to the workers, or the just transition, this concept that we have seen more during this time, it's definitely a very important point that we are seeing and that we are addressing as well. We launched for public consultancy our national strategy for just transition in Chile, especially from the point of view that the 28, I don't know if I mentioned the number, but we had until recently 28 coal power plants, and they're concentrated in about 4 locations in Chile. So there are a couple of locations in Chile where they're very dependent on the generation of coal. And in that sense, of course, it will be a big important issue in what will happen with those locations from the point of view of the work, not only from the people that work in the plant itself, that actually there are not too many, but with all the people that may provide services to what's happening with the plant. And we definitely see alternatives. One of them has to do with all this new generation that is being installed. So there are some ways to convert the job from some people. Some of these companies have addressed these topics for the coal power plants that they have retired already, with a mix of offering to them alternatives in other parts, or also retirement plans for some of the older workers as well. So that's happening, and it's definitely something that we are seeing. Not only it will happen here, it will happen as well with other topics, such as, for example, e-mobility. We see, of course, there's a huge industry around replacement and parts and other things that have to do with some technologies that we see as conventional today, but we also foresee that will be replaced by other technologies, and we have to address that from a social point of view as well.
Right, that's an important point. I mean, coal workers are just one example, but in the auto industry, there are going to be a lot of changes too, and a need to transition workers to new skills. Well, let me turn to Rodrigo again, also asking you about what's happening in the power sector in Argentina. So Argentina has established specific renewable energy targets. You could tell us exactly what those are. I don't want to give the wrong information. And I know that I believe they've been updated recently. And I also want to ask you how you plan to reach, what's the plan for Argentina to reach the goals, and what are the main policies to promote renewables? There was, a big push, especially for non-conventional renewables that started under the previous administration several years ago. And I think, has been updated under the current government. So I was wondering if you could, tell us what the plan is for that and how it will be executed.
Thank you, Lisa. Yes, actually, our low % by 2025, and we've increased by 2030, and we've increased that target to 30% on the Leaders Summit last April. President Alberto Fernandez announced a target of 30% by 2030, which is a huge challenge. Definitely will be very challenging for the sector, because it needs a paradigm shift. It is important to mention that it is 30% of the renewables only in the in the electricity generation matrix, not in the whole sector, which would be much a bigger challenge. How to make it work? Okay, we need a honest discussion. We need to discuss, we need to integrate climate change, environmental agenda, and those other agendas, industrial, economic, resource efficiency, mining, water, into the discussion, since, well, we need to discuss on how to change the whole system. So the way, if you ask me, the way to do it is by dialogue, by political decision, by establishing the right spaces for hearing the voices from the different sectors and promoting a just transition and sustainable. We also are taking note that something that wasn't discussed in the last years in the climate change discussion, since we have this artificial division between mitigation and adaptation, which is absolutely crazy, only responds to the needs of the convention, since we all live in the same territory. As you may know, we are facing in the southern part of Brazil, Paraguay, Argentina, and Uruguay, the worst drought in almost 90 years at the Paraná Basin and the Rio de la Plata Basin. And most of our biggest hydroelectrical facilities are in that basin. On that regard, we are facing an important reduction of the electricity generated by those facilities, and that is pushing on thermal. That's why we will need more gas for our thermal generation. And we didn't have that into consideration, and no one has that into consideration, the synergy between mitigation and adaptation, because we always talk about one or the other. But I think that this is a lesson to learn. At least we are learning this in the hard way, that we need to consider that. Also, we understand that definitely promoting non-traditional renewables will be very much needed for delivering on that target. However, we also need to recover our economy, we need to create jobs, and we need to promote our industry. On that regard, we understand that we will need dollars for importing part of the components for that equipment that will be required for deploying renewable energies. However, when you make the numbers, it's important to identify also that we have a fiscal constraint, since in Latin America, more than 60% of our exports are utilized for paying external debt services. And well, you know, like at some point, you need to integrate those considerations into one single policy aimed at promoting sustainable development. Just like sharing with you, because it's always good to say, yes, we will promote like energy transition, and it sounds amazing. And it is definitely, and it's not an option, it's a need. We need to promote climate action urgently. However, it's important to understand also that it's complex and it creates tensions, and it's good. It's good to recognize it, and it's good to put it on the table and identify ways to solve those tensions and conflicts in a proactive and constructive way, not only inside our countries, inside our sectors, but in the region and globally. You know, like we all need to understand where are we situated and how can we get there and on that world of 1.5 that we need to keep alive, and how can we make it work, and where will the money come from, and where will the technology come from. So we also understand that according to the convention, we don't only need to talk about funding, we need to talk about capacity building and about technology transfer also. That will be very, very important and key for the catalyzing the energy transition in the region. Particularly, the two instruments we are using for guiding the energy transition are the LTS, the long-term strategy aimed at a net zero by 2050, and the National Adaptation and Mitigation Plan established by law. So we are, as in my capacity of technical coordinator of the National Cabinet on Climate Change, we are promoting that discussion between the different sectors that I mentioned before that will need to take a central role in making this possible, also as an opportunity for recovering our economy. We have 5 axes on this discussion. First of all, compliance with international climate commitments. Second, access to international finance. Third, opportunity for post-pandemic industrial economic recovery and job creation. Fourth, energy security. As you know, in the last weeks, well, we've entered unprecedented energy crisis, and we are all, when I say all the humans in this planet, promoting energy security, since this is getting complex, and also to promote an international political insertion and opportunities for commercial alliances, since we understand that we will need a new solidarity. We will need to build new alliances between our countries, between our regions, in order to promote the effectiveness of climate action. We also understand that hydrogen opens a great opportunity, and I need to confess that I really envy Chile on their new capacity, the new facility on synthetic fuel built by Siemens and other companies that are making possible the technology of synthetic fuels. That could be a game changer, because it will help us to reduce emissions without changing the whole technology that we have deployed, because it will bring a problem in terms of pollution and in terms of resource efficiency and in terms of GHG emissions also. So we understand
Rodrigo, let me take advantage of you bringing up this topic to ask Gabriel. I did want to ask you if you could tell us more about green hydrogen, the green hydrogen industry in Chile, how it's been developed, and what the prospects are, where you think things are going. And before we run out of time, let me ask you if you could wrap into your response to that. If you could tell us also a little bit about the, because hydrogen relates to transport, if you could also tell us about electric mobility. Basically, we all know there's been a huge introduction of a huge electric bus fleet, but I was wondering if you could tell us with electric cars, what is the plan for promotion? So green hydrogen, electric cars, if you could tell us about that in 5 minutes, that would be great.
Sure, let me try to be short on that. Perhaps I can give a broader summary or structure to for that answer, in the sense that Chile, at the beginning of the conversation, we're talking about climate change, how we need to either finance that or take action to achieve solutions towards avoiding the effects of climate change. In that sense, Chile committed already to be carbon neutral by 2050. Chile was actually the first developing country to commit to that in 2019. And that's not only a commitment, we have actually a solid plan in regarding how we believe that can be achieved. It's a plan that's based on 4 main pillars. The first one have to do with what I mentioned in the previous answer that you made. Basically, decarbonizing our power sector. Retiring all coal power plants and replacing that with renewable energies. Basically, that's and renewable energies not only in large scale, but also in smaller scale and medium scale, in all what's needed, so that we have a hopefully 100% clean power grid during the beginning of the century. And just a quick note on how quick that's happening. So Chile 5 years ago made a commitment to be to have 70% of renewable energies generation by 2050, 70% by 2050. That's a commitment that was made 5 years ago. By now, we see that will happen more than 20 years earlier than that. So that's how quick that's happening. And Chile currently has commitments to achieve 70% by 2030. And we actually see that may actually be 80% by 2030. And by 2050, we expect more than 95% of renewable energies in Chile, if not more than that as well. So that will be one of the main cornerstones or keystones for that. And from there, we see other enabling solutions that will be also very important. One of them is transport. You mentioned that more than a fourth of our emissions come from the transport sector. And definitely we see that an alternative is to move towards electric vehicles. That's, you mentioned it's already happening, especially we see it's happening at a more rapid scale in the public transport, but we already see that a lot of fleets in the commercial sector, also in the transport sector, but in taxis or in small scale vehicles, it's happening as well. And that will be just the beginning for a larger, more massive scale that I'm sure we'll see, and the forecasts show that will happen during this century. During this decade, that we'll see price parity between an electric car and the conventional car. And from there, it will not be a question of it's expensive or not to buy an electric vehicle. But if we have the right infrastructure, if we have the right regulation, if we have information about it, if we have capacities from the skills that the people will do the maintenance of these cars. So all of that is being addressed from this perspective. And we definitely see a good future in that sense as well. And we see a very electric future, mostly electric future in the transport sector, but also part of it will come from green hydrogen, as you mentioned, especially in what has to do with more larger scale trucks, especially in the mining industry. We see a space there, or long distance buses as well. Hydrogen will play an important role. So definitely hydrogen may play an important role. And let me come back to the beginning where I mentioned about the pillars. Hydrogen is actually our third pillar, and because it will have an influence in transport, but not only there. We see that hydrogen will have a very important role in the economy, not only Chile, but around the world. Not only in the energy sector, actually it will transcend the energy sector, and we see that from there, it will have a lot of importance in agriculture or in other parts of the economy as well. And our fourth main pillar has to do with the energy efficiency. Actually, we foresee that most of our emissions will be reduced because of energy efficiency measures. We passed recently an energy efficiency law that mandates specific actions for the transport sector, for the big, larger consumers in the industry, also for residential sector. You can look for it, and there's a lot that's being done in that sense. And coming back quickly, you asked me about hydrogen. We are preparing a plan to develop that. It's already happening. Rodrigo mentioned it in his answer as well. It's not only that project, but there are about 40 projects that are at different development stages in Chile. And of course, that has to be addressed from a, once again, holistic point of view. We are looking at the regulation that we need for that, at the capacity as well from the skills perspective, of course, from the investment perspective as well. We have developed some specific funds to accelerate investments as well. So it's definitely something that we see with a good way. We also launched last year or 2 years ago, a strategy about green hydrogen development in Chile. And there we basically foresee that by 2025, we expect about 5 gigawatts of green hydrogen being in development phases. I mentioned the date rate 2025, and that basically by 2030, we expect to be producing one of the cheapest hydrogen in the world, expecting the production to be at $1.5 per kilogram of hydrogen. So basically there's a robust plan, and it's one, perhaps just to summarize, it's important to say as well that this plan to achieve carbon neutrality, we foresee that we'll have, from a cost benefit point of view, huge benefits as well. We expect the benefits to be of around $40 billion, which come from important investments that we have to make in this, of about $40 billion once again, but of savings that we'll have of double of that. So it's definitely, to be carbon neutral in Chile by 2050, it's definitely a business case, and we're promoting the investments for that to happen, hopefully sooner than we have committed.
Great. Well, I think we can take one more minute, Rodrigo. I just want to give you a quick chance to comment on the transport sector, electric mobility, natural gas vehicles, efficiency. Could you just tell us in 1 minute kind of what the key is for Argentina, what the main focus is on transport?
Thanks, Lisa. As you know, I'm a researcher and professor on urban planning. So 1 minute really challenges me. But definitely urban planning, promoting sustainable urban mobility plans at the local level, promoting energy efficiency, specifically in the freight transportation sector, shifting from road transportation to rail and waterways definitely is a key issue. Greater use of renewable sources. Hydrogen is definitely a vector that we are improving and promoting, and we are making a lot of, carrying out a lot of studies for getting the most of this opportunity. And as a cross-cutting issue, promoting the resilience of the systems, since transport infrastructure is really vulnerable to climate effects. So we need to ensure that our infrastructure is resilient enough for facing the adverse effects of climate change. And these guidelines are, of course, promoted or landed between the avoid, shift, improve approach to identify the different options. Definitely, electric vehicles will have a key role for urban transportation and for last mile logistics. And we understand that that could be articulated with liquefied natural gas, compressed natural gas, and also the hydrogen as a vector that could be a game changer in the and will be a key game changer in the sector.
Great. Yeah, interesting point about resilience as well. It's always important to make that part of the discussion. Well, thank you so much to both of you. Really great opportunity for us to, at the dialogue and this platform that we have, to connect to people in the US and in the region and hear about your plans and strategies and opinions. So thank you so much to both of you for joining us today.
Thank you, Lisa, as well.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Well, with that, we're going to wrap up the Latin America Energy Conference this year. I just want to close by once again thanking all of our speakers, all of our moderators who did an amazing job today, and our keynote speaker as well. And thank you to the audience for joining. And we hope to see you again next year. I want to thank all of my colleagues who helped put this event together, especially MK Vereen. Really appreciate all of your hard work on this. So thank you, everyone. Have a great afternoon. Bye-bye.